Hello and welcome into Aubrey R. Moon Field. Joe Brennan joined alongside Kevin Nestor for a crosstown rivalry as the Lynchburg Hornets welcome the Randolph Wildcats. Should be a fun one, Kevin. Lynchburg starting to get a little bit of their swagger back. Those bats cooled off about 1 week, 2 weeks ago when they had a really tough slate in their schedule where they played Salisbury, they played Virginia Wesleyan, and hit a little bit of a cold spell. Since then, starting to find their rhythm once again, especially as of late, winning 2 of their last 3 series via the sweep. Meanwhile, for the Randolph Wildcats, they come into this game 5-21 overall in the season. However, 4-6 in conference play. You can tell that they're starting to find their groove as well.
Yeah, you mentioned that we're just now starting into the harder conference playing for both of these squads. A lot to play for still this season. Lynchburg, like you said, starting at the bats hot, winning 3 of their last 4 games. Randolph, on the other hand, they dropped 3 of their last 4 games. Their last win coming back on March 30th in a 7-0 win at Roanoke. So for them, they're definitely going to be trying to get some momentum rolling and cool the bats back down for Lynchburg.
Undoubtedly. It should be a good one today here on Moon Field. 55 degrees and sunny in the Hill City as these two teams get ready to square off. We'll step aside for the playing of the national anthem. Stick with us here on LHSN. And we welcome you back into the broadcast booth. Emily Charlton gets the nod today in this circle to start things off for Lynchburg. The defensive alignment for Lynchburg, working from right to left in the infield, is Barnes over at first, Leetson, Watts, and Kaylee Hackett at the hot corner. In the outfield, Elliott, Powell, and Taliumptua over and left, with Huddy behind home plate for the Hornets. Huddy had a really spectacular last 4 games. She comes in on a 4-game hit streak, went 4 for 4 during her 4 at-bats in the last 2 games. Also had a pair of walks in the mix there as well. 3 runs, 3 ribbies. He was someone that was certainly in the mix for Player of the Week. Did not come away with the award. Nevertheless, she hopped up all the way from, I believe it was 9th in terms of batting average on the squad, all the way up to 3rd.
Yeah, you kind of mentioned it. Lynchburg as a team has been getting their bats hot, but she's been a real contributor for them. It's been nice to see as the season kind of progresses and they get deep into ODAC play.
With that, let's take you through the Wildcats batting order this afternoon. Leading things off, it's Laura Herzig, followed by Riley Shoup, then Riley Humble, Lexi Hawkins in the cleanup spot, Lacey Luckadoo, Bethany Martz, Addie Compton, Zoe Watson, and Chesney Shook to turn things around. First offering, the left-hander kicks and fires. A chop down the third base line, scooped up by Watts, and it's a leadoff single to get things going for the Wildcats.
First pitch, going after it, playing to her style, getting on first base. And you're going to bring up the heart of the batting order, try to make some things happen off of Charlton, who's only got an ERA of 1.63 this year. She's kind of looked at as Lynchburg's ace in the circle.
First pitch down low. It really has been spectacular to see what this team has to offer in the circle. You've got really a 1A and a 1B option in terms of starters with Charlton and Dorsis. As the 1-0 is popped up down the left side, Hackett with a beat on it brings it in foul territory for the first out of the afternoon. And also, in terms of relievers, the younger sister, Kate Charlton, has really started to show promise as the season has come along.
Yeah, we've kind of seen that pairing a lot this year, right? Especially here on Moon, the Kate to Emily or Emily to Kate. I think it's been most of the season. They decided to come out with Emily on the mound.
Yeah, Emily's really been one of the top pitchers in the conference this season. Both her and Dorsis rank in the top 10 in the ODAC for ERA. Charlton leading the team, sitting at 6th in the conference. And she's someone that's really an infield grounder kind of pitcher. Won't necessarily rack up the punch-outs really like Dorsis will, but not someone that you're really worried about balls going to the outfield with.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing that early. Randolph's being very aggressive at what they're swinging at, but they're not necessarily trying to get those power hits, right? Just something that they can get in play and get on base with.
Well, this is a Randolph team that has struggled a little bit this season in terms of batting. They come into this contest with the lowest team batting average in the conference at .218. As this one's popped up down the left side and reeled in by Taliumptua. And who we just saw retired now 2 batters ago with Riley Shoup, the freshman outfielder, has really been the best bright spot of this Randolph batting order this season. She's the only player that's hitting above 260 with a team leading 355, pardon me.
Yeah, she's definitely been a star on Randolph's team, but really kind of known around the conference.
Blooper, shallow right field. Elliott brings it in on one hop. The throw over to second, not in time. Now runners on first and second as Herzig advances into scoring position with 2 away.
That's one of those rarities, right? You talked about Charlton not usually letting a lot of pitches get into the outfield. This is one of those kind of weird hit loopers in the right field, able to get down, put 2 runners on 1 in score position here for Randolph early.
That's what they call the Kansas City special. First pitch finds the outer portion of the zone for the first strike of the count. 0-1 for Lacey Luckadoo. Luckadoo comes into this affair with a batting average of .204, 10 base knocks in her 49 at-bats this season. Also 6 ribbies to go along with it. Tied for first on the team. Lined out down the right side, and Elliott right underneath to retire the top of the first inning. We'll stay here and walk you through the Lynchburg batting order. At first, the defensive alignment here for the Wildcats. Working from right to left in the infield, it's Compton, Shook, Gonzalez, and Luckadoo over at the hot corner. In the outfield, it's Martins, Shoup, and Herzig in left. Watson behind home plate, and Humble gets the nod in the circle to begin. Riley Humble with a team best ERA of .452. 0-3 in her 12 appearances and 5 games started this season. She's given up 47 hits through 31 innings pitched. Also 17 walks and 10 strikeouts.
I think Randolph, they've kind of, we mentioned getting into conference play. When you look at their schedule, they haven't necessarily had a favorable schedule, especially in conference play. There's so many teams at the top of that echelon in the ODAC that they've kind of ran into. You almost call it a buzzsaw, right? And as the conference schedule kind of goes along, you can start to get into those mid to low tier teams. And for them, it's about getting this lineup working together, just making plays that they might not have been able to make against those higher ranked opponents.
Yeah, that's well said. And obviously you have a strong ODAC that is led by Virginia Wesleyan and Randolph-Macon this season. They have yet to play against Randolph-Macon, but that's right around the corner. That will be their next road contest away after today's affair. With that, let's walk you through the Lynchburg batting order. To lead things off, Lexi Powell, the fifth-year who's been stellar all season long. Followed up by Carly Huddle, moving back up to number 2 in the Lynchburg batting order. Then Sarah Watts, Alyssa Taliumtu in the cleanup spot. Madison Barnes, Kaylee Hackett, Anna Grace Terrell, Zoe Elliott, and Layla Lietzen to turn things around. First pitch from Humble. Finds the bottom portion of the zone for an 0-1 count. Lietzen, someone that's really started to step in big time for Lynchburg in the last week or so. We saw a lot of movement in the infield. This year we've seen 3 different players at second, 3 different players at shortstop, and 2 different players at third base. Obviously, you got 3 different catchers as well that you've rotated around. Madison Barnes has stayed steady at first, but a whole lot of movement, especially on that left side of the infield, as Lexi Powell hammers one down the right side for a leadoff base knock. But what you've really started to see as of late was the former everyday starter at second base in Sarah Watts has moved over to shortstop, a position that was primarily held by a mismatch of Georgia Thompson and Jessica Strickland. Now seems to be Watts' spot to lose, and you've plugged in Layla Lietzen, who has been a reliable second baseman, actually came to Lynchburg as a shortstop, but has been practicing at second base and has really impressed the coaching staff. So now they want to give her an opportunity over at 4, and it's worked out pretty well.
Yeah, they've been at least trying it by committee, right? I mean, we've seen outfield position players kind of get moved into the infield. They've been shifting things around almost every game this year, it feels like.
Wow. The throw is in time. The tag was off the mark. It seemed as though the Wildcats had Lexi Powell beat by a mile. Nevertheless, she slides in safely. That's a big-time play. Lexi Powell, she's got some wheels on her. That is her 9th stolen base this season on just 10 attempts.
Yeah, and she's someone that we talk about a lot, but you almost still think she's underrated for what she does for this program. You know, batting .378 with 28 hits this season. She also has a home run that, you know, we might not give her enough credit for.
Yeah, she's not necessarily renowned for being so much of a power hitter. She does have 6 extra base hits this season, but, you know, 22 singles rather. More so shows you that she's a contact hitter, but definitely got some wheels on her. That's often how she can turn 1 into 2. And she'll catch one on you by surprise every now and then, sending it back to the warning track. Well, you mentioned it, you know, she has been a big piece for this Lynchburg team, and experience in general has been big for this squad this season as they've returned practically all their starters. As Hudnall looks to bunt, sends it foul. Good still burnout right there. Yeah. 5 fifth-years on this squad, a whole lot of veteran talent. And you've added a handful of freshmen that have made a big impact. Alex Love, Bree Orange. The names really go on. And then also the transfer out of Greensboro and Kate Charlton. Huddy, a chopper down the third base line. Bobbled by Lucado. And Huddy able to scoot into first on an E5.
And those are the little things that can kind of get you in the bind, especially here this early in the game, bottom of the first, whenever you're still looking for your first out, what should be a routine play, and now puts 2 on.
2 successful plate appearances to begin the contest for Lynchburg. And that brings up none other than Sarah Watts. She's someone that every team has circled on the scouting report every time they have to come play Lynchburg. Watts finds the gap out in left center, bobbled by Herzig. 1 run's on the way, the second one's coming. A 2 RBI stand-up double for Sarah Watts.
Just another addition to what she's done this year, right? Second on the team in batting average, 356. It's her 6th double of the year, scoring 2 for Lynchburg in the bottom of the first.
And while 6 RBIs while 6 doubles is certainly impressive and stands out to you, should be as the team leader, but now she's up to 22 and 23 ribbies on the season, which leads this team by a wide margin, 8 in front of second place, with a batter currently from the Southpaw's batter's box with Alyssa Taliumtua.
And the best part about that last scoring play, it comes with no outs.
Taliumtua, shallow pop-up out to center field. And Shoup hauls it in for the first out of the bottom of the frame. Feels like Randolph really needed that one just to try and get the wheels going in the other direction.
Lynchburg, they're just such a dangerous team when they get in scoring position. They got so many different varieties of hitters that get it done, you know, different types of ways, that if there's somebody in scoring position, they're definitely in the back of the pitcher's mind. Yeah,
and I think a great example of what you're talking about, you can see just with the first 3 batters. You have Lexi Powell, who's a great contact hitter, someone that's extremely reliable at just getting on base with an on-base percentage of .452 coming into today. Then you have Carly Hudnall, who's a speedster, especially at the catcher position. That's a slapper, very reliable with bunts. She loves laying down those drag bunts. And then Sarah Watts, who brings you a lot of power. Another shallow pop-up on the run. Herzig brings it in. And just like that, back-to-back outs for the Wildcats. Now Sarah Watts still on second. Looks towards Kaylee Hackett to trying to bring her home. All you got to do is poke one through and find a gap. We know that Watts has got some wheels as well.
And for Hackett, she doesn't necessarily have the extra bases that some of the other players on her squad has, but she can definitely poke one through, as you mentioned. And with Watts out there on second, anything can happen.
On one hop, fielded by Gonzalez. The toss over to first in time. And after 3 consecutive base runners, it's 3 consecutive outs for the Wildcats to get out of the inning. Lynchburg takes a 2-0 lead as we head to the top of the second. Top of the second inning here on Moonfield. Lynchburg up by a pair. Early action for the Wildcats. High fly ball out to Lexi Powell. And she retires Martz off one pitch.
And Randolph, they're definitely not shying away from Charlton. We're seeing a lot of first pitch swings. They're definitely trying to go after, get some balls in play. Trying to turn that cold batting streak that we talked about at the top of the broadcast around.
Charlton winds and fires. First pitch right down the pipe for Addie Compton. An excellent start to the afternoon for Emily Charlton. Off-speed pitch up top, taken shoulder high for a ball. Addie Compton waves by. Addie comes into this game with 18 appearances this season. This now her 12th start of the year. Only 6 hits. Granted, 3 ribbies to go along with it. He's been a solid bat this year. Certainly someone that they can turn to, a utility piece in her sophomore season. Drop third strike, the throw down to first, and it's 2 up, 2 down.
It's so impressive to see Charlton in the circle. She just always seems so in control with her pitches.
Yeah, control seems like the appropriate way to describe Charlton.
She does it not a lot of work, right? You know, we're seeing it here.
Chopper down the third baseline. Hackett. How many pitches was that? 5?
Maybe.
Not many.
She has been very impressive. I think a lot of that stems, like I mentioned, Randolph being aggressive, you know, with first bat swinging, or first pitch swinging rather. But Charlton is in a zone right now. It's going to be impressive to see how she keeps this up.
A 5-3 ground out to take us to the home half of the second inning. Stick with us on LHSN. Bottom of the second inning as we resume action. The Hornets go 7, 8, 9 in their order. Leading things off with their designated player in Anna Grace Terrell. Zoe Elliott on deck and Layla Leetzen in the hole. 0-1 pitch. The right-hander deals. Just a tick outside for a 1-1 count. You've seen AG in this designated player role for a majority of the season thus far. 1-1 pitch, can't find the zone. Count rolls to 2-1. The 2-1 sent foul to tie up the count at a pair. Great day for fans of baseball and softball in the Hill City. They've got a doubleheader here today, of course, obviously, and men's baseball, or just baseball, taking on Hampton-Sydney for their Code Red contest. The Tigers are one of the 4 teams that have beaten the second-ranked Hornets this season in a 3-1 ball game down at Hampton-Sydney earlier this year, so that'll certainly be a fun one that everybody's excited for. Crowd a little bit thinner than usual today here at Moon, obviously just with the hype and build-up. But I've got a feeling game 2 today we might get some trickle coming down from Fox Field. Also, if you're a fan of minor league ball, the Wildcats got their home season started last night. Play again today against the Kannapolis Cannonballers. There's some great nicknames in minor league, man. AG, slow roller over to second. Another miscue made by the Wildcats infield as Shook couldn't get it out of her glove. So an E4 puts a leadoff runner on for the Hornets.
I think with Randolph, that's kind of been the story of the early part of their season, right? Which should have been an easy 4-3 play, turning into that E4 you mentioned, and now, again, you're getting into that problem where not a lot threatening Lynchburg. They're starting to get runners on.
Back-to-back innings for the Hornets with a leadoff runner. They'll swap out AG for the fifth-year Addison Walter over at first as a pinch runner. First pitch, a bunt laid down beautifully. The throw over to first can't be reeled in by Compton. And another base knock for the Hornets. And once again, consecutive innings with an error and a hit for the Hornets.
Stepping up to the plate for the Hornets, number 33, Layla Leetson.
My career about to blast like bubbles. I'm not waiting for her to say she love me. I can tell she feel me, man, trust me. I got a 10-year-old me still ain't fuzzy. 325 on the dash.
It's fun to have you out here, Kevin. Kevin's first softball broadcast of the season. So we got to hit all the bases. Kevin, you've now gotten to go through every single Lynchburg walk-up song. As we now have reached the bottom of the order with Layla Leetson. Got to ask, what's your walk-up song, my man?
My walk-up song, you know, that's tough. Probably something by Wheeler Walker. Those are the classics, right?
I don't know who that is.
Well,
I'm
you're missing
unfamiliar.
out. But if I had to pick a favorite from Lynchburg, it's Charlton all day in the circle. Anytime you got some Jason Aldean bumping, you're doing something right.
You haven't heard Bree Hodges quite yet, who's someone that's my personal favorite. She's got the Star Wars music. I don't know what it's called, but it's like a specific one. It's not like the Death Star one. It's some Jedi type stuff.
It matches the way that she swings her bat around, right?
Yeah.
Almost like a lightsaber.
It's exactly why she does it, I believe.
If I can change my answer, my walk-up song would be "What Does the Fox Say?" Actually, if I can circle back.
That checks out. That actually makes a lot more sense.
A lot of times, you know, at the track meets or at the baseball games, if you hear that song played, you know who's on PA.
You know, last night I actually got the opportunity to check out the Hillcats for the first time, and their PA guy, I mean, he was a stud. Probably like the Mike Trout of PA guys. Like he was really on one. You know, they'd go out for a little mound meeting. Beautiful bunt scooped up by the third baseman just in time. Now we got a pickle. Walter doing some dancing. Gotta have quick feet. Walter slides in, out! A double play for the Wildcats. That all started with an excellent bunt. Oh, they're going to make it 3!
Triple play, how about it?
A triple play! That all started with what looked like was going to be bases loaded for Lynchburg.
From bases loaded to a triple play. We talked about the Randolph errors, but Lynchburg.
I mean, let's take another look at this. This is unbelievable. I don't know if I've ever seen a triple play in all my years of broadcasting.
It seemed like the double started late, right? But then as we were talking about that pickoff.
Right here, Leetson lays it down. It's a beautiful run out from Compton. And then just like that, everybody's caught up. You have this dancing right here, and obviously you can't go home. You got a whole swarm of Wildcats at home, and then Lynchburg gets greedy over at second. Wow.
It seemed like it was going to be the double play was the excitement, right? It kind of took a while to develop itself, and the next thing you know.
So that is a 5-3. 5-3, 7-2, 7-4? 5-3-2-7-4? I feel like I'm reading a phone number. Well, 3 up, 3 down, in a way, for the Wildcats. And we move to the top of the 3rd inning. Stick with us on LHSN. It should be a wild day. Well, it's been an entertaining one so far. After a 3 up, 3 down inning that ended with a, one more time, 5-3-2-7-4 triple play. Wildcats back up at the dish. Chesney shook as Randolph will go 9-1-2 in their batting order. Charlton lets it fly off the side of the bat.
So for both of these squads now, that's kind of a mental hurdle to rebound from, right? Randolph, you weren't, with 2 runners on, you weren't so sure that the inning was going to be over anytime soon. For Lynchburg, you were ready to start putting some runs up. Next thing you know, we're switching sides.
That was unbelievable. We're going to take one more look at it. As you can see, got a different angle for you this time around. And here's the payoff pitch. Sent foul. It all started right here with Leedson laying down a bunt. It initially looked like the third baseman was going to let go foul, had the awareness to pick it up and beat the runner. And Walter gets caught in a pickle as she was thinking about running home. And then I believe it was Hackett that was doing some dancing over at second. Or no, pardon me, that was Zoe Elliott that was doing some dancing. And she wanted to take off for third. And I feel like that had to be something that you're hearing from the dugout. I mean, you're not going to have a young player just say, you know, it's my time to shine. I'm going to stroll on over to third after a double play. There must have been a signal for the sophomore and Elliott to be told, hey, come over to 3. But I mean, I've never seen anything like that. Nevertheless, a leadoff base runner for the Wildcats as Shook gets on over to first.
We're seeing a little meeting in the circle after Charlton actually walked Shook to put her on first. So for Charlton, maybe a little bit of a butterfly effect, right? That's how quickly momentum can change.
Takes us back to the top of the order. Laura Herzig had a base hit her last at bat. This time lays down a bunt. Scooped up by Hackett. Throw over to first in time. Nevertheless, this sack bunt that advances Shook into scoring position.
If I can just go back one more time on the triple play, we talked about it up here, the first that we've seen. How about our poor scorers over here? Their fingers are still on fire trying to figure out exactly what that was. You reading off that zip code.
Charlton pounds the zone on her first offering for an 0-1 count. What a day.
We're just getting started.
We are. Game 1 of a doubleheader. Another bunt laid down. Barehand grab from Charlton, and it sails over the head of Leedson, who covered first. And an E1 cuts into the deficit. We haven't seen Charlton throw overhand a whole lot this season.
I was about to give her, a little bit of slack and say the exact same thing. She's been deadly in the circle, but that's something that we haven't seen a lot.
This is normally when I lean on our other commentator and Ethan Morotsky, who's had a whole lot more experience here in the Hill City, in the same class alongside Emily. I believe that she had a shoulder injury earlier in her career in the rotator cuff, which doesn't impede the underhand toss, but does with overhand. And I think we've maybe seen her throw 2 balls overhand to first this year. Typically in those kind of spots, she'll just go underhand. But when you got to beat the runner, obviously you'd like to go overhand in that spot. And I take this with a grain of salt because I don't want to speculate. I'm saying this from my secondary source. So I don't know how reliable my injury history of Emily Charlton is. Nevertheless, this one goes right back to her into the calf. And a great play made by Huddy to scoop up the ricochet. And that looks like something you see in the show.
Yeah, that was loud. Heard that one through the headset up here. Definitely hope she's all right. I want to see her back in the circle. But yeah, it's definitely a show play, right?
So that's a 1-2-3 ground out. Not a great day to be a stat inputter. Our boys are doing their best. Randolph cuts the deficit in half. We move to the bottom of the 3rd inning on Moonfield. Home half of the 3rd inning. Lynchburg up by 1 run as we move back to the top of the order. As that one got away from Humble.
I think our director Josh flinched on that one. That one was awfully out of the zone there.
He was, he's sitting behind glass and a netting obviously as well. And late reflexes for a man of Josh. But a good director. 2-0 count as Humble finds herself down. Powell 1 for 1 on the day thus far. Up top, taking head high for a 3-0 count. This is when you know she's got the red light.
I've heard you and Ski talk about that a lot, man. 3-0, if I'm seeing it come anything near the plate, I'm probably green lighting.
Yeah, but I'll sell everything I own and tell you that she's not swinging.
Understandable.
If I was a betting man, I would do that.
Well, if she does, that's probably her spot in the rotation gone. But you can't say that you know a pitch is coming over the heart. You got to go.
I promise
That's just me.
I promise you it's not.
Of course,
Lexi Powell, a beam down the left side. Back-to-back base hits. This one got away from the second baseman, shook, but Compton's there to back it up.
You wouldn't go at least once on a 3-0?
I'm not saying I wouldn't. I'm just saying that's what the team doesn't do. Men's baseball's the same way.
Oh, yeah, and if they do, like I mentioned, the coach is going to be on them hard, but 3-0 for me, sitting up here in the press box, telling you what I shoulda, coulda, woulda done in my prime.
Hudnall squares around a bunt, pulls it back, takes it for strike one. What was the prime of your career like?
Dude, it was back in the day something that was – it was beautiful. It was really beautiful. And I got to college, and it quickly wore off. That's why I'm sitting in the booth with my good pal Joe Brennan.
I mean, if it weren't for your knee, you would have been in the league.
As true as that is. Definitely could have year off my collegiate career. in tennis.
0-2 count for Carly Hudnall. Reached first on an E5 back in the first frame. The right-hander kicks and fires well outside, a 1-2 count. One, two on the way. Hudnall, a chopper over to third. And a 5-3 ground out that advances Powell into scoring position. You know, actually, last time I got on the headset with Morotsky, he told me 1 is a must, 2 is a plus. You ever heard that before?
Well, from Morotsky, yeah. That's just because I work with you guys. But before then, no.
I like that one.
What about 3? We saw 3.
Yeah.
What is 3?
This one's crushed down the left side. It'll clear the bases. The third RBI today and the second double the afternoon for Sarah Watts. What a start for her. One pitch is all it took. Cranked down the left side. Lynchburg back up by 2 runs.
She is very, very deadly inside the box, but Lexi Powell, again, her ability to get on base, and you saw the wheels there.
First offering right down the pipe for a strike on Taliumptua. Second pitch off speed. Low and outside for ball 1. 1-1 count, 1 away, and a runner on second. Taliumptua went to the bunt there. That's not something we see her do a whole lot. Are you a fan of the bunt with 1 out and a runner on second?
Not necessarily, especially whenever you have the capability of hitting that she has in the box.
Taliumptua was certainly a strong hitter. This one is shallow fly ball over to left, grabbed by Herzig. 2 away.
But I will say, you know, the art of bunting is something that is so underappreciated in both softball and baseball. When you see a good bunt laid down, it's a thing of beauty.
And we know this Lynchburg team really likes to bunt. They do it a whole lot. But Taliumptua came in with a .288 batting average, 19 hits this season, 4 of which have gone for extra bases. Sharp grounder right up the gut. Sarah Watts on her horse. The throw won't be made. It's an RBI single from Madison Barnes. We go back to talking about bunting. It's just not something we see a whole lot from cleanup hitters in that 3, 4, 5 area. Because that's the power of Lynchburg's order with Watts, Taliumptua, and Barnes. And you get a little glimmer of the power that Barnes can bring right there. While it's not up in the air, the velocity that ball had coming off the bat is what made it an RBI. Hackett sends it foul down the left side. 0-1. Runner on first. 2 runs have come home for Lynchburg in the first and third innings. Hackett shoots it up. Foul ball, 0-2 count. 6 hits for Lynchburg thus far, 2 for Randolph. Both of which came in the first inning. Runner takes off for second. A nice grab made by Gonzalez, but the throw well wide. Now Barnes in scoring position. And a 1-2 count for Kaylee Hackett. Taken in the dirt, Deuces Wild.
I think Hackett is someone you definitely don't want to show something to that she can be aggressive with, right? Runner in scoring position, batting .263. She will be aggressive if she gets her pitch.
2-2, line down the left side, foul. That's a good piece of hitting right there, though. Just couldn't keep it in play. Almost took out our third base umpire. Same exact spot. This one just a little bit higher, but once again goes foul. You got to think she's just a little bit in front of it. If you're humble, does that make you want to change it up? Maybe go to a riser here?
Definitely want to change something up.
See what she's got. 2-2, off speed. Shallow pop-up center field. Ground by Shoop. One duck left in the pond. And we move to the fourth inning. 4, 5, 6 due up for the Wildcats. And we welcome you back in, top of the fourth inning. Charlton's first pitch taken at the Sox for a 1-0 count. Luckadoo up at the dish. Popped up. Lexi Powell underneath for one away.
Now batting, number 22, Bethany Marks.
It's been a great day from Charlton thus far. We'll see how much longer Simmons and company want to keep riding her arm. One away. Waved by, swinging for strike two. That was strike 3. Some difficulties with the scoreboard. Nevertheless, we appreciate you sticking with us.
It's definitely easy to get confused on there. The batter was ready to step back in and take strike 4.
Yeah. Nevertheless, first K of the afternoon for Charlton. Brings up Addie Compton. 0-1. Shot out to left field. Dunks in for a base hit with 2 outs on the board.
Now batting, number 15.
Charlton is someone that it's so hard for a batter to get a read on, right? You're starting to see, you know, if you're taking these power swings, you're seeing the whiffs. And if the batters do want to make contact with it, it's the little bloopers.
Yeah, she's certainly got a lot of power in that arm, but she's not going to use it all the time. She's not going to throw you everything she's got. And that's a very strategic way of doing things. Granted, right there, she shows you that she can hit, you know, low mid 60s on her fastballs. But, you know, a lot of times when you have a pitcher that falls in love with that fastball, as a batter, you kind of love that a little bit if you can find good wood and make good contact with it. You can send it out of the park with much more ease than if you're having to try and hit curves or screws or anything like that. Scooped up by Watts. Toss over to first, well in time. A 6-4 ground out against Zoe Watson to end the top of the 4th. I'll be right back. Home half of the 4th coming up. And we welcome you back into the broadcast booth. Bottom of the 4th inning as Lynchburg leads by 3 runs. Designated player Addison Walter up to bat for the Hornets.
Walter. What a day here on Moonfield, right?
Yes, sir. We've seen a little bit of everything. Extra base hits, triple plays. 1-1 count for Walter. Checked in for Anna Grace Terrell as a pinch runner after she recorded a base hit in her first plate appearance. Or pardon me, that was rather an E4 that helped AG get on base. 1-2 count. Humble kicks and fires. Shot out to center field. Shoop with a nice glove. The freshman outfielder.
Zoe Elliott.
That takes us The sophomore right fielder, Zoe Elliott, 1 for 1 today with a base hit back in the second. Beautiful ball, nearly grabbed by Mutz. That would have been a web gem. And the Wildcats are honestly lucky that that one didn't get past her. Marks with a great heads-up play. Well, she couldn't bring it in the glove, at least prevented it from getting behind her. I mean, we've seen a play like that turn into a Little League home run earlier this year.
Absolutely. Really great awareness out there and right.
So 2 for 2 on the day for Zoe Elliott. And a runner on first with one down for the bottom of the order with Layla Lietzen. This is where we saw the triple play against Lietzen her last time up to bat. That's probably been the highlight of the afternoon, no matter who you're rooting for. Squared around a bunt, taken back, ball 2. Two one, runner takes off. Elliott beats the throw. It was all in line from Watson, hooking up with Gonzalez. Tag just couldn't be laid down in time. We've seen a few today where the throw's been excellent, but the Wildcats just struggling to beat these speedy Lynchburg runners.
I think if you're Elliott out there on second, you're definitely glad to see an empty third, not have to worry about that rundown situation again.
Leighton, a machete at it. Taken for a strike, and the count goes full. Three two. Sent foul. Payoff pitch. Up high for ball 4. A 7-pitch walk for Layla Lietzen.
Now batting for Lynchburg, number 10, Lexi Powell.
And that's the first walk today. Given up by Humble, and first free base in general from Humble. First and second for Lexi Powell. She's one of 3 batters today. That's 3 for 3 for Lynchburg. The one other hit by the Hornets came from Madison Barnes. Powell sends it foul. Powell, cranked down the left side. What a grab! Herzig. A Superman play.
Stepping up to the plate for Lynchburg.
What a job out there in left field. Get a read on that ball, have to lay out for it. We saw a similar effort by our teammate over in right. Wasn't quite able to execute that one, but that one was a thing of beauty.
Herzig prevents another Lynchburg run from coming across. You best believe that Zoe Elliott would have been off and running. 1 run certainly would have come home, potentially 2, depending on how that ball hits the deck. Now 2 down and a 2-0 count for Carly Hudnall. Humble lets it fly. Huddy, a chopper right back to this circle, and an easy 1-3 toss to retire the 4th inning. 5th frame on deck here on Moonfield.
Who's the coach for Lynchburg? Here we go, a little play-by-play action. I haven't done this before. This is going to be scary. Back here on Moonfield in the top of the 5th, Charlton still in the circle, delivers the first pitch down in the zone. Charlton, Joe, so far she's had a pretty good command over her pitches. We're going to see, it's going to be interesting to see how long Coach Simmons lets her go, but what have you been impressed by so far?
Yeah, I just think the variety of pitches that she offers, she's got a great repertoire, and her arsenal really has been on display this afternoon. I think she's got a pretty long leash, in all honesty. I wouldn't be surprised if she throws a complete game here this afternoon for game 1. You got Dorsis and Kate we can also see, and also Curtis as well in the mix. We've seen a little bit more of her as of late. But I think you just keep letting her keep keeping on.
Play gets through the gap in the infield out to center. Runner will be halted at first.
And despite the great day that Charlton has had, Randolph has played well. And we've seen a lot of their hits come in bunches. What they've really excelled at is getting on base to begin innings. And that has boded well in their favor. 4 hits this afternoon. Also a walk as well in the mix. So.
Yeah. Herzig now in the box, takes the first pitch for a ball. Go ahead on your point.
3 of those 5 base runners have all been at the top of the inning.
And you're seeing that again here with Shook on. As a bunt's laid down by Herzig. Play's going to be made. She's going to be out at first.
I don't know if I've ever seen something like that. She went to step on the bag, and the runner ran into her glove, and then the ball popped up, and she caught it while it was still in the air.
There's definitely a lot of first out here on Moonfield today, right?
Still, obviously the force out is there, but just interesting. We've had a pretty interesting day in terms of defensive plays.
Yeah, it's definitely been something to keep an eye on. If you're a fan of either team, something that you don't see a lot so far here in this game. Quite a few things, actually. As Charlton gets ready to deal the 1-0 pitch. Bunt attempt gets down. Runner advances to third. Going to be safe. Not so sure many of the fans or players in the dugout for Lynchburg agree with that. Definitely a bang-bang play now we're going to see Coach Simmons come out, have a little conversation with Charlton in the circle. But, Joe, you mentioned it. Top of the inning, only one out. Randolph, runners in the corners.
Wow. And they're going to change the circle. So a good call by you at the top of the frame. They'll turn to Dorsey to close this one out. And a pretty solid day from Shoop as well. We came in expecting some fireworks from her. 1 for 2 on the afternoon. Also reached on an E1 that we saw the overhand toss from Charlton. It's been a good day, nevertheless, from her. Right there, it kind of got away with one because if you get out over at third, that's an unforced out.
Right.
That is something where you could have just kept a runner on second and had 2 base runners, 1 away, and they catch a little bit of a break right there, beating that throw that likely should have been laid down by Hackett. And as you said, one of those bang-bang type plays, and now you know that double steal's probably coming with runners on the corners. So you're looking at having 2 ladies in scoring position with 1 down in the heart of your order, going 3-4.
Yeah, and with Dorset coming in, it's kind of an interesting call, right? That's who we expected to start, you know, one of these doubleheader games. Her ability, she can go deep into a game if she's in command of her pitches. So definitely going to be interesting to see how she kind of adapts to coming in here in the 5th with runners on the corners. And as you mentioned, the heart of the order coming up.
Take another look at that last play. Shallow pop-up. Yeah, just a great burnout right there from the runner.
Humble steps into the box.
20, Riley Humble.
Ready to take Dorset's first pitch of the afternoon. Catches the outer part of the zone, strike number 1. Deals the 0-1 up and in for ball number 1. Now 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out with runners in the corners and Humble in the box. Ball on the ground over to the third, force out at second's taken.
You know, I think that's a smart play by Leetzen too, because you got the 5-4 ground out, and you would love to end the inning right there and make it 5-4-3. But if that throw, not only if it's off the mark and runs wide or high, if it's there but it's not on time, you allow that runner in third to come down and score and change the complexion of this game. So that's a veteran play by Leetzen.
Right, able to keep the runner on third at bay, take the force out, take a runner out of scoring position as Hawkins is now in the circle for Randolph, facing a 2-0 count.
It really has been fun to see Leetzen really emerge as someone that could be a crucial player for this Lynchburg lineup. And it's been really fun to see the chemistry that she has with Sarah Watts as those 2 center infielders. And I got the chance to talk to her about it a little bit and say, like, you guys have been playing the same position your whole tenure. Now, what is it like playing alongside each other rather than stacked on top and underneath of each other? And she was saying, it really feels like we haven't missed a beat. Like, we're really good friends. We have fun in practice every single day for the last 2 years. And now that we have this opportunity to really be side by side, it's like there's this whole new layer of chemistry that we never knew was there.
Ball grounded to third. Play is going to be made at first. Lynchburg able to escape the inning. Dorsett comes in with her back against the wall, able to get out with no run allowed. Runners will be stranded. At least 1 in scoring position over on third. So we're going to take a little time out here on Moon Field as we get the Hornets
on deck. Welcome back to Moon Field. We saw the pitching change for Lynchburg, but on the Randolph side of things, here in the bottom of the 5th, Riley Humble still in the circle as the hard-hitting part of the Hornet lineup starts to step into the box. We're going to see Sarah Watts back to the plate. And for Randolph, Humble is somebody who we haven't necessarily seen go deep into a game this season, as you see a ball up and in to make the count 1-0. But it's definitely something to keep an eye on. How long will Randolph let Humble go here in game number 1 of today's doubleheader, as that one just misses his own low to give Watts a 2-0 count in the box.
Good day thus far from Humble in the circle. But she's really been forced with a tall task in front of her with a Lynchburg team that's really started to find their rhythm as of late in the batter's box. And I think that's really shown today. It's been a few hot bats rather than a committee, with Powell, Watts, and Elliott claiming 6 of the 7 Lynchburg hits this afternoon.
And you see Watts has allowed 4 runs, but a few of those unearned, right? We saw a couple of the errors on the infield, a couple in the outfield as well for Randolph. Their total's at 2 right now.
Yeah, and that's kind of been the story of the season for a lot of these Randolph pitchers. Humble, no exception. 27 runs given up this season, 20 of those being earned.
Now the count's full to Sarah Watts. The payoff pitch going to be up above the zone. So Watts will stride over to first.
Now batting for Lynchburg, number 17, Alyssa Taliumtua.
With Taliumtua stepping into the box for Lynchburg. That's someone who you mentioned earlier in the broadcast. She's definitely upped her numbers as the season progresses. She's someone who definitely as a pitcher can't take your eye off of. Because if she gets her pitch, she can make some damage. But here, she beats the throw to first. There's a grounder over to short, and Taliumtua able to beat the throw.
What do they call that? Like a Baltimore chopper?
That's what it looked like.
Her first base knock of the afternoon was 0 for 2 up until that plate appearance.
That's why you can't take your eyes off of her, right? You give her something that you think is going to be an easy routine ground down. Next thing you know, she beats you to first. So now Lynchburg, runners on first and second.
Yeah, I mean, Taliumtua was in dire need of a base knock here today. Went 0 for 3 in both games against Everett, where she had a hot streak right before that. She had base hits in 5 of her 6 games up until that Everett doubleheader, 3 of which were multi-hit performances. So she's someone that often finds them in bunches when they come.
But outside of hitting, she's just been, a very valuable part of this squad. You see Madison Barnes in the box, counts 1-1, just fouled off the second pitch.
Yeah, tally up to it in Barnes, you can kind of look at in a similar perspective in terms of what they bring you, both from an offensive and defensive standpoint. But just reliable starters. We see a whole lot of change in the Lynchburg outfield and in the infield. The two spots that have not changed all year long are Barnes and Taliumptua. The only two players that have started every game in their respective position.
That's what you look for as a coach, right?
Consistency.
Yeah, exactly. Little hold up here. I'm just going to call time.
If you were a coach, is there anything else you look for?
Well, you definitely want to get the right players in at the right time, right? You don't want to pull somebody out who's maybe on a hot streak, but you also don't want to keep forcing someone who's maybe in a slump to go out there and look to break it every game. As you see, Madison Barnes walked over to first. Base is now loaded with no outs here. The catcher going to go have a meeting in the circle with Mound. Matter of fact, the whole infield's going to come in, trying to give her a vote of confidence. Joe, what do you think goes on in these circle meetings, maybe when you just walk bases loaded with no outs?
I mean, do you want a real answer or a fun answer?
Let's listen to both. Let's listen to both.
I mean, a real answer is you're just telling them to relax. That what we've seen all day, who's coming up. Hackett 0 for 2 on the day. She had a ground out and a fly out, so obviously Humble knows what's been working well. I mean, if I'm giving you a non-serious answer, it could be something as simple as hey, remember prime Sean Livingston shooting from 16 feet? Just to take your mind off of it.
Automatic.
Because I think the biggest thing in terms of pitching is, it's just as much of a mental game as it is a physical game. And a lot of times when you get your back against the wall in spots like this, you can start to put a little bit of pressure on yourself that can tend to rattle a couple of pitchers.
And it's always tough, right, whenever you walk bases loaded with no outs and you have someone with the capabilities of Hackett come to the plate, right? The fifth-year senior out of Appomattox takes the ball to make it 2-1. But she can definitely do some damage.
And that one looked clean from where we're sitting. What's so tough is when you go to a batter like Hackett and that strike zone just drops about 5 inches. We see that with Hackett. We see it with AG. We got somebody stepping in that's, what's she listed as? 5'2", 5'3"?
Hackett is 5'5".
Shoes.
This time, a run will be walked in as Hackett takes ball number 4 in 5 pitches.
Get ready. Here's the walk-up song I was telling you about.
We might have to delay it for just a second because it looks like Randolph is going to make a pitching change.
And at such a critical spot in this game.
They're going to turn it over to Haley Metzger, the first year out of Boston, Virginia, coming in to relieve Humble.
Now in the circle for Randolph, number 14, Haley Metzger.
So for Humble, just under 5 innings of work, 5 runs put up by the Hornets.
A tough spot to be put in here if you're a pitcher coming into this game. I mean, right now you've got the game-winning run at the plate. And for Haley Metzger, 12 appearances this season, 22.1 innings thrown.
Now batting for Lynchburg, number 26, Bree Hodges.
That's a pretty good walk.
See the little lightsaber move at home there as well. Just had to wait on it.
Feels like right now Randolph's got their closer in the contest. I mean, 12 appearances. Nearly half the games this season, but only 22 innings. Somebody they got a lot of faith in late in games.
She came in and delivered a strike low in the zone. First pitch, that one a little high to even the count at 1-1 to Bree Hodges.
And Hodges not somebody that hits a whole lot of extra base hits. Had her 10th career double last time here on Moon.
Ball number 2 delivered there, squeaked through the legs of the catcher, but no harm done. She was able to recover very well. Runners didn't even think about going. Now the 2-1. Delivered just inside to Hodges. And this is where, if you're Metzger, right, this count, the situation with bases loaded, no outs. Delivers a nice pitch there to center. Runner will tag up from third. No, she won't. She'll return.
Good job.
So a really great job from Metzger. Behind in the count 3-1, able to deliver a pitch high in the zone. Get a pop-up out to center.
Now
retreat the runner back to third.
12, Zoe Elliott.
Zoe Elliott going to step into the box for Lynchburg now. One down, base is still loaded for Lynchburg.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's so dangerous right now. If you get one pop-up. Oh.
See a dropped ball out in center. One runner's going to score. Looked very similar to the last play, right? A little shorter out in center. This time the diving effort unable to be made. And Lynchburg going to make the Wildcats pay.
You know, that's one of those bang bangs where you're not really sure if that's going to go down as a hit or an error. I think they're going to give Zoe Elliott a base knock on that play, just because that's such a tough run to make all the way out in center field. That takes Zoe Elliott to 3 for 3 on
Now batting for Lynchburg, number 14, Georgia Thompson.
That's someone who's a sub 200 hitter coming into the day. Those numbers definitely going to get boosted.
Yeah, but a small sample
Yes,
size.
she didn't quite have the numbers to qualify for the minimum requirements that we look at.
27 at-bats this season, 5 base knocks. Yeah, now up to 8 on 30.
Metzger able to.
Well over 200.
Metzger able to deliver a strike there.
And we get to see Georgia Thompson in place of Layla Leetson.
Another one popped up, this time over to right. The right fielder steps in, able to make the play. This time the runner will tag and go. Ball gets through to the backstop. 1 run scores. And runners are going to advance to second and third. So 2 runners in the score position, 2 out here in the bottom of the 5th, but already 3 runs across to make this a 7-1 ball game. Back to the dangerous leadoff hitter in Lexi Powell, who we've seen quite a bit of today.
Now batting for Lynchburg,
She has a
number
chance to
10,
walk it off.
Lexi Powell.
Nice to 8 into the run rule.
And God I breathe. Cause I speak is what they
Up by
need.
6
Tell no lies.
here.
I'm still up top.
2 in scoring position. What a pitch. Can't find it. It's a good one, though.
It was a great pitch. Worked that back in.
Yeah, nice movement. I like what we've seen from her thus far.
And Metzger, you see her windup. It's definitely a little unorthodox, but she's delivering some heat here as this one gets fair over in right field. Runners will score, and it looks like we're going to see that run rule come into effect here in game 1 as Lexi Powell drives in both runners from scoring position. Looks like that'll do it for game 1, Joe. Any closing thoughts?
How about Lexi Powell? 3 base knocks, closing it out right there. Sarah Watts also goes 2 for 2 with a walk in the mix. And of course, can't talk about this game without touching on Zoe Elliott. Great performance from her as well. 3 for 3 on the afternoon. I mean, just those 3 players tally. 8 of the 10 Lynchburg hits today, and a third of the walks. So certainly fun to see. We should see a little bit more of a competitive contest in Game 2, however. I expect Randolph to kind of find their rhythm a little bit. They had 5 hits, just couldn't do much with them with only 1 run.
Yeah, we saw Charlton in the circle for Lynchburg for a good majority of this game. Dorsett's able to step in, get out of a tough spot there in the top of the 5th, which allowed Lynchburg to walk it off via the run rule. We might see a little bit of her later. Maybe a little bullpen warm-up session there in the top.
For sure.
Nonetheless, that'll take us to the end of game number 1. Make sure you stick around here in about 30-ish minutes. We're going to have game number 2 underway. I'm Kevin Nestor, Joe Brennan. We're going to catch you here in about 30 minutes.
Game 2 here in the Hill City as the Hornets play host to the Randolph Wildcats. A 9-1 end to the first game of the afternoon in run rule fashion. Now the Hornets turn to Kaylee Dorsis here in their second game. The same defensive alignment and same batting order for Lynchburg. A couple of adjustments here for the Wildcats. Laura Herzig to lead things off, followed by Riley Shoup, Austin Moran, Lexi Hawkins in the cleanup spot, followed by Lacey Luckadoo, Chesney Shook, Desiree Scott, Addie Bowen, and Gonzalez to turn things around at the bottom of the order. 1-1 pitch from Dorsis, a little bit of chin music, high and tight, taken upstairs for a ball. Two-one, right-hander deals, bounds the outer portion of the plate. Count ties up at a pair.
Dorsis is somebody who we saw a lot of at the end of, well, we've seen her throughout the season, right? Starting here on Moon. And now we're going to see her here in game 2 after she closed out the 5th inning there in game number 1.
Caught her looking, strike 3. One batter here in game 2 and a backwards K for Kaylee Dorsis.
Now batting, number 8, Riley Shoup.
Of game number 1, we saw her in the circle come in to relieve Charlton in game number 1. She came in with her back against the wall, was able to get out of a jam, not let any runs get by her, and you see again another strike on the outside portion of the zone, picking up right where she left off in game number 1.
0-1 count now for Riley Shoup. Waved by for strike 2. We mainly saw Shoup square around a bunt in that first game, but she had a couple of base knocks. She popped one up into the outfield. 0-2 head high for ball 1. One-two, check swing. They'll say she went. 2 batters, 2 strikeouts. Kaylee with a capital K.
Dorsis, she is so good at that, right? She's not going to have the off-speed selection that maybe an Emily Charlton will have, but whenever she's on and she's able to just pound those corners of the zone, she can really make the batters question what they're going after.
Yeah, she really does pound the zone in an excellent manner. We talked about her ability to grab punch-outs in the last contest. This time waved by once again. And also what she does so well that we've seen here early on is getting up in the count early.
That's a pitcher's best friend, right? Especially whenever you have the kind of variety that she does have. Able to go inside, outside, as you see another one there. 3 up, 3 down on strikes for Dorsis.
Nearly an immaculate inning. Retired the side in order, tic-tac-toe. Kaylee Dorsis, 3 up, 3 down, all by herself. Hornets up to bat here in the home half of the first inning. Lexi Powell lead things off, followed by Carly Hudnall, Sarah Watts, Alyssa Taliumtua, and Madison
Now
Barnes,
batting
Kaylee
for
Hackett,
Lynchburg, number
A.G.
10,
Terrell, Zoe
Lexi
Elliott, and Layla
Powell.
Leeton. Same exact 9 from last game. In the infield for the Wildcats, from right to left, it's Scott, Bowen, Gonzalez, and Luckadoo at the hot corner. In the outfield, Williams, Shoup, Herzig, with Morgan getting the start in the circle, throwing to Hawkins behind home plate.
Powell, if she can pick up on the day that she had there in game number 1, if she can just replicate, half of the numbers in the box that she had in game number 1, she'd have a really solid day. 3 for 3 in game number 1, including the game-winning RBI, or 2 RBI, excuse me. She's really pivotal for them in game number 1. You can expect her to pick up where she left off.
1-1 pitch for Powell. Smack down the right side, up top for Williams. Reeled in for out number 1.
And Randolph coming out with Austin Moran in the circle. She's made 14 appearances so far this season. This is going to be her 10th start. So we saw they went with Humble with the start in game number 1, going back with a more experienced starter so far this season. And Moran giving up almost 6 earned runs per appearance. It's going to be interesting to see how she deals with this Lynchburg lineup that you mentioned is the exact same as we saw in game number 1.
Takes us to Carly Hudnall. One count, 1 down. Nobody on. Beautiful off-speed pitch. Finds the heart of the zone for a 1-2 count.
Man, that was nasty. And you can kind of see her appearances so far this year. She's had a wide variety of that right there, being able to go quick, as we saw in the first 2 pitches, and just throw some nasty breaking balls that are completely off speed.
Chopper, a field, and a spinning toss from Luckadoo for a 5-3 ground out. What a play from the hot corner. Luckadoo's had a pretty solid day in the field.
Yeah, that's one of them highlight plays, right? Maybe not the highlight plays. We saw that triple play get turned over that she was a part of.
Watts takes his strike on the inner half of the zone. The first offering from Moran. Austin Moran comes into this contest with a .598 ERA. Slow roller right back to the circle. Throw can't be made. Watts now taking off for second. And an EU1 puts Watts in scoring position.
And that's something that we saw a lot of Randolph early in game number 1, right? The errors, and that's kind of how that lead got expanded. I think it was 4-1 after 4 innings. Just the infield errors on what should be routine plays. Lynchburg able to capitalize on it. Now a runner in scoring position with 2 outs.
That brings up Alyssa Taliumtua. Takes a first strike. Digs in from the left side. The right-hander kicks and fires. Sharp grounder over to second. Fielded by Bowen. And a quick flip over to first. For a 4-3 ground out. Scoreless after 1 inning here at Moon Field. Top of the second coming up. A great start to game 2
Lexi Hawkins.
here in the Hill City. Kaylee Dorsis, 3 strikeouts through 1 frame.
Yeah, Joe, both pitchers actually had a pretty good outing there to start. Moran showing off her range. She was able to go fast. She was able to expand the zone inside and out. We also saw some nasty off-speed stuff. Outside of the error on the 3rd batter there, a really clean inning for her in the circle as well. But Dorsis, 3 strikeouts.
Pounded out to center field. Gets down to the warning track. A long toss made by Powell. Holds up the runner at first.
That's about right on cue, right? As soon as the announcers start to give you your flowers for a perfect first inning, you see one ripped hot shot over to center.
Well, we talked a lot about the difference in styles between Dorsis and Charlton. And I think what we've seen so far is really the perfect epitome of what Dorsis gives you in the circle. She'll get you a lot of punch outs, but every now and then, great contact can really, really shoot those balls far into the outfield.
Yeah, and I think what she does so well is go inside out, be able to paint that line, draw the fine line on what's in, what's out. And a lot of times those calls can go either way. But then you see right there on the hit, she kind of hung one up over the middle of the plate, which is a batter's best friend, and you saw it kind of blow up in her face a little bit with that shot over to center.
It's kind of like when you hit that perfect.
Yeah. What a sound that is, right? It's probably a top 3 sound in any video game of all time.
Kevin Nestor, part-time broadcaster, part-time video game extraordinaire.
That's it.
Big guy in the MLB The Show. Which recently came out, about a week ago?
It's been about a month.
Beautiful bunt down the first base line. Leetson pulled off the bag. And back-to-back base runners now for the Wildcats here in the 2nd inning after going 3 up, 3 down in the 1st.
And that's something that we didn't see a lot of even in game number 1, right? And we talked about Randolph's errors and how they cost them at the start of game number 1. Lynchburg coming out a little rattled here to start this 2nd inning.
Now to bat, number 11, Chesney Shook.
That one recorded as a hit for now. It's one of those that could be tabbed as an error just based on the throw.
I think there was plenty of time to get the throw over there, just a little off target there. Pulled Barnes off the bag at first. Allowed a runner to get in relatively easily.
Leetson rather over at first. Nevertheless, same result.
You saw Shook go for the bunt there. That's something that we talked a lot about in game number 1. We saw a lot of bunt attempts in game number 1.
Shook had 2 successful plate appearances back in game 1. Was walked in her first and then had a base knock in his 2nd that came off the bunt. Dorsis doesn't like the ball. She's going to get rid of it, send it back to the dugout. Dawn Simmons with a nice grab.
A little barehanded action over in the dugout.
Bunt up in the air. Oh, Kaylee Hackett nearly had it.
Heck of an effort down the 3rd base line. Trying to get out of this jam. Something that we didn't see a lot from Randolph in. You know, they would get base runners, but it would be, you know, with outs already recorded. Here in the top of the 2nd, they've got 2 on, no outs. A chance to really deal some damage here. Maybe get out ahead and apply some pressure to this Hornet squad.
1-2 upstairs. Ties up the count at 2-2. Dorsis winds and fires. Waved by. Got him swinging. Strike 3. 4th K through 6 batters.
And again, just a variety there. Another fastball. This time not working inside out. She's going high-low. Up in the zone, able to get the batter to whiff on 1. Just to kind of get her confidence back a little bit. Like you mentioned, 4 strikeouts through 6 batters. That's an awfully impressive task.
She really does have a mean riser. And she can hit you with a whole lot of different work. 1-0. Popped up. Hackett underneath for out number 2. Nice heads-up play from Hackett, bringing it in foul territory.
Now batting, number 21.
And for Randolph, Addie Bowen stepping into the box. She's a .219 hitter, but this is an awfully big spot. It feels like, although it's early in the game, those runners haven't moved since there were no outs recorded.
Swung through for strike 1.
You hate to see an opportunity like this go to waste, especially against the defensive effort you were talking about that didn't change from game 1 to 2. We know how good they are.
Addie Brown at the dish, down in the count 0-2. Chopper fielded on 3 hops, but a bobble by Watts. Let's Brown scoot into first. Runners move station to station off an E6. 2 early errors from Lynchburg.
And for Lynchburg, that's killer, right? You had a chance to get out of it. Stall out momentum with 3 straight outs after allowing the first 2 hitters to get on. Instead, a little bobble there by the shortstop. Now, you're facing a batter with bases loaded.
Now up to bat, number 4, Haley Gonzalez.
Batter this time, Haley Gonzalez. She's made 25 appearances for the Wildcats with 22 starts. She watches that first go by. She's batting career low, 133.
Finds herself in a big spot and lines it out to the hot corner. Hackett with a quick glove to keep 3 ducks in the pond and take us to the bottom of the 2nd inning. Lynchburg, Randolph knotted up, each with a goose egg. Headed to the 2nd. Madison Barnes to lead things off for the Hornets here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. They'll go 5, 6, 7 in their order. Kaylee Hackett on deck, Anna Grace Terrell in the hole. First pitch from Moran is true, taken for the first strike of the count. You know, Kevin, one of my favorite things to see here in the doubleheaders is always the food spread they've always got going out from both sides, a smorgasbord on each side. Helps. I mean, we don't have concessions here. That's one thing that I think LHSN might need to start doing, walking around doing hot dog stands.
That would be awesome. It sucks as a broadcaster or something, in between games when you got to go get a new part or something, and you have to walk past those tables that are set up. And the parents, man, there's been a few this season that have brought a couple of grills out.
Yeah. The big one was the Charlton dad. He's a big brisket guy. pulled pork he had earlier in the year. I got to ask, when you're at the ballpark, I mean, what's your go-to if you're walking up to the concession stand?
Well, normally, you know, if I'm at a game, I don't necessarily want to spend time at the concession stand. So like you mentioned, I'm looking for that guy walking the stairs with a hot dog cart,
Wow.
maybe a beverage tray, something that's not going to cost me an arm and a leg at the ballpark that I can enjoy.
Well hit ball out to left field. Madison Barnes with a leadoff single. I like that. You got to keep the eyes on the prize.
That's it.
Stepping in to hit
It's almost
for
like a
the
tradition
Hornets,
too,
number
though, right?
19, Kaylee Hackett.
You got to show those guys some love that are out there walking up and down the stairs the entire game.
Do you want to give us just a quick what your call would be if you're walking around with a hot dog stand?
No, I don't. I don't. I'll save that for whenever.
Bunt laid down the third base line, bobbled but gathered by Scott.
I'll save that for whenever we get a hot dog cart, and y'all have got me doing that here at LHSN.
Barnes advances into scoring position.
Now batting for Lynchburg, number 21, Anna Grace.
I think that's great. When you get the hot dog, are you a ketchup guy, mustard guy?
Just ketchup, man. Just ketchup. I've always been a picky eater. It's the same thing I've eaten since I was like 2 years old.
That doesn't surprise me.
You know.
First offering, well outside, ball one.
Let me give you an idea, though. You mentioned LHSN maybe selling hot dogs and some drinks. How about Mr. Charlton setting up a little stand out there selling that brisket, man? That'd be a moneymaker.
They do pretty well. One-0. Moran deals. Once again, outside, runner takes off, and a pass ball puts Barnes over on third.
That was an aggressive move. The ball really didn't get that far outside of the catcher's reach. She made a really nice off-platform throw from kind of the side of her right hip. Not quick enough as Barnes was able to sneak into third.
2 hits for each side thus far, 1 error for each side thus far. Anna Grace Terrell at the dish. 3-0. Taken inside, and it's a 4-pitch walk for AG. Last time she made it over to first, we saw a pinch runner. We'll see what Dawn does this time around.
Now hitting for Lynchburg, number 12, Zoe Elliott.
South Memphis, ballin', I get every penny. 20 pointers in my mouth, and shout out to my dentist. I just did
I'll tell you what, the guy who's on PA this afternoon is absolutely loving his job. You can hear the music thumping through our headset. He's making sure everybody in the ballpark's involved.
Callie Monahan will check in over at first as the pinch runner. Yeah, Key Glock is actually quite popular across all Lynchburg sports this season. Men's soccer was a big one that really enjoyed his melodies.
Kind of took Big X the plug spot from winter sports. That was what I heard in every warm-up for basketball throughout the winter season. Little Texas action.
I mean, that's a great 1-2 punch.
That is, absolutely.
Double steal in play with runners on the corners. The wind's starting to pick up a little bit here on Moonfield. You can see that flag starting to whip in the wind out in center field. 0-1. Runners off. Monahan slides in safely. Check throw back to third. Monahan on second, Barnes on third. A 1-1 count with 1 away for Zoe Elliott, who went 3 for 3 in game 1 today. Off-speed pitch. Can't find the zone.
Signals that one was high, but again, you see the amount of movement that ball had on it and how slow it comes in.
Yeah, I mean, that ball looked pretty. She'll call time. Step off the bump. Right back onto the rubber. Moran unwinds. Well outside for ball 3. You've got Layla Leetson on deck. One ball away from juice in the bags. Sharp grounder right up the gut. Barnes comes home. Monahan scratches across. A 2 RBI single for Zoe Elliott. Now up to 4 for 4 today.
Stepping up to the plate for the Hornets, number 33, Layla Leetson.
For her, we talked about game 1. That's someone we really haven't seen a lot of. Only 16 appearances so far, 27 at bats. But she's definitely going to be boosting her numbers after today's performances.
Randolph did come into this game with the highest ERA in the ODAC at 6.02. Leetson, a slapper over to the shortstop. Throw made in time. Good toss from Gonzalez to force the ground out.
Now batting for Lynchburg, number 10, Lexi Powell.
Still no pressure. And God I breathe. 'Cause I speak is what they need. I tell no lies.
For Lynchburg, a chance to really take command here. Runner in score position. You've already got 2 across. And Lexi Powell at the plate. You can see her face after that pitch. Disgusting in the circle from Moran.
Powell now sporting a 5-game hit streak. Batting just under 400 this season. In the dirt, taken for a ball.
How aggressive are you here, Joe, if you're Lexi Powell? You've already got 2 across, runner in score position. You've had a heck of a day, but you do have 2 outs.
You've had a successful frame here in the bottom of the second. Ran across 2 runs that came via Zoe Elliott. To 1, a laser down the left side, and a web gem from Luckadoo.
What a play. We've seen a couple of amazing plays today from the left side of the field for Randolph this afternoon. Second diving effort made. That one's going to end the inning.
Lynchburg leaves 1 runner stranded in scoring position. We head to the top of the 3rd after Lynchburg got 2 in the bottom of the 2nd. We welcome you back into the broadcast booth here for game 2. Randolph up at the plate here in the top of the 3rd. They start at the top of their order with Laura Herzig, who was retired by a strikeout looking. One of 3 strikeouts from Kaylee Dorsis in the first frame. 4 on the day. Popped up. Watts tried to climb the ladder right over the top. Well hit ball for a leadoff single.
And something that I've noticed about Randolph, you know, game 1 into game 2 here, they're not necessarily going for those power swings. They're going for the loopers or, you know, the ground gaps. They're just trying to find ways to get runners on base, and so far, especially here in game number 2, it's worked out.
They had 5 hits in game 1. Only scratched across 1 run with it. Already with 3 here in game 2. Riley Shoup, team's leader in hits this season. With a 1-1 count. Shoup, the freshman out of Roanoke, Virginia. Sent foul down the left side. She was a 2-sport athlete back in high school. Obviously a member of the softball team, track and field as well. We've seen her wheels on display this afternoon. 6 for 6 on stolen bases coming into today's doubleheader. I always think it's fascinating how I feel like more 2-sport athletes play baseball and softball more than any other sport. Pop up and foul. Kaylee Hackett in diving play. What a grab.
Another outstanding play made over on the third baseline. This time it's the Hornets' turn to have some fun.
Batting for Randolph, number 19, Austin Moran.
What a play made by the third baseman, Kaylee Hackett. Slow roller, 5. Oh, Leetson can't bring it in.
A low throw that almost pulled her off the bag, wasn't able to corral it over there. All of a sudden, a chance to get out of this inning on a double play puts 2 on for the Wildcats.
13, Lexi Hawkins.
For a moment, it looked like that could have been a double play. Instead, it turns into runners on first and second with 1 down. First pitch strike for Lexi Hawkins, the catcher for Randolph. Pop up, Hackett in foul territory. That's Hackett Island over there.
That's where all the action's been so far here in game number 2.
Batting for the Wildcats, number 9.
Nothing safe down the left side. Kaylee Hackett a vacuum in foul territory. 2 away. Dorse's first offering trickles outside for ball 1. Chesney Shook, designated player. Sends it foul, out of play. Saw Shook at second last game. That's her primary spot. An everyday starter in her freshman season a year ago. Back over at second. Had a great freshman campaign last year as well. Finished with a batting average of .280. Sharp grounder, Leetson with a beautiful glove. And a quick toss over to Barnes at first to retire the top of the frame.
for Lynchburg there. Another really nice job to escape. Randolph could have definitely gotten hot there, been able to drive some runners across, but they're going to leave two stranded yet again.
Takes us to the home half of the third. Coming up on LHSN. Bottom of the third inning here on Moon Field. Lynchburg with one win under their belt this afternoon with a 9-1 run rule victory to begin the afternoon. The Hornets going 2-3-4 in their order, with Carly Hudnall leading things off. Grounded out in the first frame to the third baseman, Luckadoo. A little update across campus for you. Lynchburg up 7-3 in the middle of the sixth inning in their Code Red contest. Lynchburg 13-0 on Fox Field this season. They've had a great year at home.
And for them, that's where your playoffs are going to take place at, right?
You hope?
Right now, they're sitting pretty good in the ODAC standings, number 2 in the country. So I'd say we're going to see a lot more action, especially come postseason over on Fox Field.
Not a bad place to be, top 2.
That's it.
You'd like to be top 2 and not 2.
They've been trying. They've been closing that gap a little bit.
Started the season at 9th.
They actually dropped a little bit after they lost to the ODAC team who they're playing today. They dropped that game early in the season at Hampton and Sydney.
Yeah, 3-1 game. Most of their losses this year have been in low-scoring affairs. They got, I believe it's 3 of the top 5 ERA pitchers in the conference this year. The VMI transfer TK has really spearheaded that charge. Payoff pitch. Moran lets it go outside and low for ball 4.
I know we're only in the third inning, but it just seems like Moran has lost a little bit of feel with her fastballs. She was able to dot the corners up really well and then throw in a couple of off-speed pitches to get batters going after her. But now we've seen a couple more balls than she had in the first and second innings to start off the third. We're going to see if she can find that control a little bit.
Watts fouls the first one off in the back netting. Down low once again. Huddy takes off for second. Slides in safely. That's just her 5th stolen base of the season. You would think with somebody that's got so much quickness that number would be higher. 1-1 down low. Ball 2.
When you mention quickness and base runners, it's almost the story for every Lynchburg player that gets on, right?
Yeah, this is a Hornet team that definitely has a lot of speed and athleticism. Carly Hudnall, no exception to that group. 2-1 taken for a strike. And when you look at the conference as a whole, Lynchburg somewhat middle of the pack in terms of stolen bases this year, but they do so at a very effective clip. 56 successful attempts on 63 total attempts. Sharp grounder right up the gut. Huddy gonna come home. 3-0 Lynchburg out in front. Another ribby for Sarah Watts today. Her 5th across both games.
That one was actually one of the slower rollers that you'll see get through. The shortstop actually asked the umpire there on his way back to second if she could get runner interference.
Yeah, good heads-up play right there from Huddy just to avoid it. And we go back to talking about stolen bags as Taliumptua's bunt rolls foul. They're just 8 behind this 5th place team in Guilford. But the big gap that really stands out, 2nd place was 72, 3rd place was 67, 4th was 66, 1st place 134 stolen bases this year from Virginia Wesleyan. They've only been caught 9 times. High fly ball in foul territory brought in by Herzig.
That Virginia Wesleyan team, man, there's probably a number of categories that they're just top of the charts by far in. They're just so solid, especially when they get into conference play. It seems like that's when they amp up their intensity.
They lead the conference in batting average and runs and hits and triples, walks, hit by pitch. Watts adds another stolen base to Lynchburg's total. And, you know, if you want to talk about what Lynchburg is leading the conference in, strikeouts. Only 55 strikeouts this year from their batters.
They are really, really patient at the plate. And it's something that you see on display a lot.
I mean, and a lot of times your power hitters are going to be the ones that are striking out the most frequently. And Sarah Watts, you know, towards the top of that category, but she's only got 6. You look at someone like Madison Barnes or Taliumptua, they don't have more than 5. And when you only strike out 6 times in 75 plate appearances, or 75 at-bats, pardon me, I mean, that is
games. But you just got to think, man, if they had some hot bats, could have went either way. You know, the Shenandoah series stands out.
Yeah, that was one where they dropped both on the road in Shenandoah as Barnes sends one sky high into the glove of Williams. Got swept at Shenandoah by a combined 2 runs. 3-4 in the first game, 1-2 through 8 innings in the second game. Dropped one against Averett recently, a 0-3 loss. They lost to Virginia Wesleyan in 2 competitive games. Got shut out in that first one, but still kept it close and competitive in that second game. Went to 11 innings. Sharp grounder over to third. A quick 5-3 ground out to end the top of the frame, pardon me. Lynchburg brings one more across in the third. Hornets up 3-0 in the fourth.
Welcome back to Moon Field. You see the first pitch from Kaylee Dorset's. Finds the zone. Joe, she's someone we talked about early in this game. Getting off to a hot start. With 3 strikeouts in that first inning, you see another one fanned by on a great pitch. But really, the 4 hits from Randolph, you could kind of argue that those were errors, right? We've had a couple in our scorebook that might not have been listed. And when you go through them, the pulled off the bag at first.
Yeah.
We'll have to go back and take a look at those and get the official ruling on that.
I think you're exactly right. There's been a handful of bang-bang plays.
And it's always tough from up here in the booth to call that, right? As this one's flipped over to second. First, and plenty of time for the first out at the top of the 4th. For Randolph.
Now batting for Randolph.
Desiree Scott coming up. Listed as a utility player. Joe, for the common fan who might not know what that means, explain what that means for us.
What a throw. That was unreal. Sarah Watts, 5-tool player. Utility means you can basically do a little bit of everything. I mean, Lexi Powell's a great example if you're a Lynchburg fan. We've seen her in right, we've seen her in center, we've seen her behind home plate. Kaylee Hackett as well, somebody that we've seen play in the outfield, also a whole lot at third. But probably no better example than Sarah Watts.
Beautiful insight as you see another beautiful pitch from Kaylee Dorset's fanned on. Her strike to ball ratio today has been absolutely incredible. As this one's popped over the first baseman's head, it's going to get into the outfield. Runner's going to be in the first safely. That'll bring up Haley Gonzalez for the Wildcats.
Now batting for Randolph, number 4, Haley
Gonzalez had that last one taken away from Kaylee Hackett, lined right into her glove. Gonzalez in her freshman campaign. One of the young pieces and additions for this Randolph squad.
Another great pitch, this one just off the plate. Gonna put Gonzalez ahead in the count 2-0 with a runner on first. That pitch catches the bottom part of the zone. Another beautiful pitch from Dorset's. We've said that quite a few times today, but when she steps in to start a game, she gets dialed in a hurry. She's now behind 3-1 in the count to Haley Gonzalez, though. Gonna be interesting to see what pitch she brings out of the tool shed here. Calls that one low. Gonzalez gonna take her base at first. Now runners on first and second.
Batting for the Wildcats, number 10, Laura Herzig.
Laura Herzig coming up to bat for the Wildcats. And this is something that we've kind of seen a lot of throughout the day. Runners able to get on for the Wildcats. They've had 5 hits. No runs have slated across just yet. As this one on the ground to second, to first, and plenty of time. That's going to retire the top of the 4th here on Moon Field. We'll have Lynchburg in the box right after this. Welcome back to the bottom of the fourth for Lynchburg. Callie Monahan getting set to kick things off. We're seeing Moran still in the circle for Randolph. Here in a 3-0 ball game. As that one's fouled away to start the bottom half of the fourth.
Monahan's had a great season this year. She's someone that we could talk about as a utility piece. She's been a really strong performer in her freshman season. Player out of Louisa, Virginia. Still trying to find her groove as a batter. Went 0 for 3 last time out against Guilford.
Moran able to find the zone there.
How about the power behind it? You can hear it all the way from up here.
And she's been doing that all afternoon.
She's got like a grunt like a tennis player.
Yeah. Her ability to throw that type of heat. This time, going to be on the ground and off the head of the center fielder. And Callie's going to get into second standing as she looped one over the shortstop's head down in center field. As the center fielder laid out for it, the ball one-hopped, caught her in the forehead.
Zoe Elliott.
Just the second collegiate hit for Callie Monahan, both of which have been for extra bases. Her second double the season. The last hit came in her first game of the season against William Peace. We talked about bats have been starting to warm up here in the latter part of the year. Monahan, no exception to that rule.
And Zoe Elliott, she's had a great day. When you talk about bases getting hot, she's ahead here 2-0 in the count. But this one going to be skied out to left. No action in the infield. One away here for Lynchburg in the bottom of the fourth.
I mean, I thought she was about to send that 1 yard.
That's how it looked from our point of view.
That wind not working in her favor anymore. 10, 15 minutes ago, that one might have been way gone.
Latson into the left-hander's batter box for the Hornets. Takes strike one.
Leetson grounded out on a 6-3 her last time up at the dish back in his second frame. Now with the runner in scoring position, only one down, Lynchburg really could look to add to their total.
Lays down a bunt over to first, not in time. And that is what I mean when I talk about the beauty of bunting, right? How good was that?
That's great.
There's actually going to be a bit of an argument from the Randolph coach.
I don't know what the appeal could be here. It seems like it's going to work.
I think they're going to call her out. I think they're going to say it hit her in the box, Joe. No, actually, they're going to call it a foul ball. I'll take back everything I said about the beauty of that bunt. After a little bit of discussion, they're going to call it a foul ball.
It seems like neither of them were happy. One coach wanted a runner at first, the other wanted an out. Fascinating.
We've seen a lot of odd things that you don't normally see in the softball world here this afternoon. And who can forget the triple play that we saw in game number 1? Nonetheless, the 0-2 pitch, this time going to be slapped, hit over to the third baseman. Over to first in time, but advances the runner to third. And with that, the rotation is going to flip. Lexi Powell, the leadoff hitter, going to be stepping into the box
Now batting
for the Hornets.
That really does change the complexion of the frame.
100%.
You go from runners on the corners with one down, which essentially turns into two in scoring position with the threat of that double steal.
What do you think about the ump's decision there to play moderator? One coach, like you mentioned, wanted an on base. The other wanted an out. And the ump said, we'll go down the middle. We'll call it a foul and get her back in the box. Nonetheless, Powell at the plate, ahead 1-0. Swings at the second pitch, line straight to the third baseman, and that's how the fourth inning is going to conclude. Lynchburg leaves one stranded in scoring position. We'll see Randolph back at the plate right after this.
Randolph, number 8.
Welcome back here to Moon Field. Top of the fifth action coming at you with Riley Shoup in the box for the Wildcats. Gonna foul the first pitch off. Dorset still in the circle. Creeping up on 60 pitches thrown here so far in game number 2, but you do gotta remember, she did step into the game to close out game number 1 of today's doubleheader as Shoup grounds one over to the shortstop. First and plenty of time for the first out of the fifth inning.
What a play right there from Sarah Watts. I mean, the way she fields and throws at that spot, you would think she's been playing shortstop her entire life.
That's definitely how it looks from our vantage point. Inside ball called a strike. Randolph's pitcher, Austin Moran, stands in the box. Good off speed from Dorset for strike number 2. I think as the season going on, we see just a tick more variety from her in the circle.
Yeah, you definitely get more comfortable with everything in your bag as the season moves along. I think that's natural.
Third pitch was fouled off. We're going to do the 0-2 again. Dorset winds up, fires inside, ball number 1.
I do like the location right there from Dorset, so that's something that you're going to see from her a little bit more and more.
As this one's grounded over to second. Throw pulls Madison Barnes off the bag, unable to make the grab. Moran going to get in safe to 1. She's actually headed over to second. That ball made it into the Randolph dugout. Just going to bring up Lexi Hawkins with a runner in scoring position. Only 1 out here to start the 5th frame. Circle meeting going on for the Hornets. Moran going to take a quick trip over Actually, a runner's going to come in for her. So over on second now for the Wildcats. Addie Compton going to come in. We saw a bit of her in game number 1.
Now batting for the Wildcats, number 13, Lexi Hawkins.
Hawkins, a great bat for the Wildcats.
This one popped up. Barnes can't quite get under it.
The graduate student, Hawkins, was one of 3 seniors last season to be named to the softball all-ODAC team. 2 others graduated. She stuck around for another season.
This one fouled off third baseline. And you got to think, if that one had just a tick more air, we were going to see another dive-in effort. Nonetheless, it'll put Dorsus ahead in the count 0-2. This one's dealt high and outside. Runner stays at second. 1-2, 1 out for Austin Moran. Another one outside. Runner thought about it. Hawkins will just retreat safely back into second. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on, lifted. Foul ball. That one heads over to College Drive. Two pitch low. Hawkins will advance pretty easily to third as the catcher had to retreat back to the pad to grab that wild pitch. Full count. Low and inside. Moran will head over to first. So now 1 out, runners on the corners. And Lacey Luckadoo gonna head to the plate as we see another circle meeting for the Hornets. And this just kind of feels like the opportunity Randolph,
For the Wildcats,
they've
number
had a
9,
couple of times in this
Lacey
game.
Luckadoo.
So now after the pitcher-catcher meeting, we're going to see the whole infield along with Coach Dawn Simmons come in.
And I'd be a little bit surprised if they took the ball out of her hand here. I feel like you want to stay with Dorsus just for a little bit longer before you turn to Curtis or Charlton in this kind of spot. Obviously a close contest right now. We had a feeling this one was going to be a heck of a lot tighter in game 1. It's lived up to it.
I think obviously the score is 3-0, but the hits at 5 apiece. Randolph, they've had their opportunities, just not been able to capitalize when they get those runners in scoring position. But now, runners on the corners, 1 out. A pitcher maybe showing a slight bit of fatigue. If you're Luckadoo, got to be ready to get after it. First pitch, well short of the plate. Runner's going to go. Catcher able to grab the ball and make the tag. The runner actually slid into the catcher there. That's what the time's going to be for. But how about that, Joe? A pitch that was 5 foot short of the plate. Got by the catcher. She was able to turn around, corral it, and get back to the plate to make the tag.
And it's typically where you'd see her toss it to Dorsus and have your pitcher lay down the tag. But Honey said, I got this. A little bit shaken up, but seems to be all right.
And for Randolph, that's just another spoiled opportunity. Yeah, Another runner got into scoring position, but the one you had, 60 feet away from home, is now over in the dugout as Luckadoo takes the 1-0 pitch. This one's low as well. Counts now 2-0. Gorsuch fires one inside. Called strike.
That really changes the inning of this frame. And you've got runners on the corners with one away. You got to like the aggressiveness by Randolph. It felt like a really good opportunity to grab one.
And on that pitch, another one skipping in there, well short of the plate. Dorsey's asked for a new ball, but yeah, on your point, runners on the corner, one out. All of a sudden now, any routine play ends the inning, and any chance that you thought you had a scoring could be gone. As I say that, ball number 4 comes in. Luckadoo takes her place over at first. And now for Rachel Art. She'll be at the plate facing 2 outs, but runners on first and second.
Yeah, I mean, right now we'd be looking at a spot with bases loaded and one away.
Stepping in for Randolph, number 18, Rachel Arce.
Dorsett fires the first pitch. Up in the zone. And Joe, it just seems like as this inning continues to kind of stretch along and Randolph continues to piece their way into it, Dorsett shows a little more fatigue at a time.
Yeah, but she's someone that can stick in there for a full game. She's done that all season long. 8 complete games this year.
I know we didn't see a lot of her in the first game, but she's probably thrown quite a few pitches this afternoon. As the third pitch to Arce, going to be called a strike. Counts now 2-1, 2 outs. Runners on first and second. Dorset's trying to even up the count. Shakes no to the first one, nods to the second one. Pitch comes in. That one's outside. 3-1.
You know, she's coming for the zone here. Look out for the riser.
This ball's popped up. Shortstop calls everybody off, gets under it, makes a great play once again. That'll retire this side for Randolph. Lynchburg due up when we come back to the bottom of the 5th. Welcome back here to Aubrey Moon Field, the campus of the University of Lynchburg. It's been a fun day so far. As we head into the bottom half of the 5th inning, Lynchburg's Carly Hudnell due up. Austin Moran still in the circle for the Wildcats. Hudnell loops one over the third baseman's head. That one's going to get down in front of left field for a leadoff single.
That's a great way to lead off the frame.
Especially when you got someone like Sarah Watts following you up, someone you've been talking about quite a bit today.
Well, hey, you can't talk about her.
She's been doing it all for Lynchburg, right? Offensively and defensively. You've mentioned her a couple times over at short, a position that she wasn't necessarily familiar with. But what she's done at the plate today has been quite impressive too. She takes the first pitch for a strike.
Well, it seems like she's well on her way to making an all-ODAC team for her 3rd consecutive season in her junior campaign. Freshman year was 2nd team all-ODAC.
Runner goes. Gonna call her safe.
That's a great burnout. We talked a little bit earlier about how her steal numbers were a little bit lower than what we would expect. And 2 stolen bases here in game 2. Or in total today, rather. It was the end of game 1 where she got that stolen bag. Thought she was off for 3rd right there.
Nonetheless, the count for Sarah Watts at the plate 2-1, but that's something that you've talked about a lot so far today is Lynchburg's speed, and they get aggressive early in innings. They quickly have a runner in scoring position with no outs. As Watts takes this ball outside, 3-1 count. You talked about it in game 1, 3-0s, almost certainly a red light. What about 3-1?
Green.
Think so?
Bright green.
I like it.
If it's over the plate, I mean, you're not going to go reach in the cookie jar.
When it's like that, there's not much to think about. That one's inside on Watts. She'll take her place over at first as Taliamta comes up for the Hornets.
And she's got a great eye. Her 2nd walk today, leads the team with 14 this season. Granted, a lot of pitchers are going to try and throw around her just because they know what she offers from a hitting standpoint, but not going to try and force anything. You like to see that 14 under the walk column and the 6 under the strikeout. It's got to make you feel pretty good.
And this is where a portion of the game, as we see a pitcher change for Randolph. But this is the point in the game where you see Lynchburg is so dangerous, right? Runners on 1st and 2nd. You're in the part of the lineup where Taliamta's coming up. Madison Barnes, we know what she can do with the plate. This is where things can go a little bit haywire if you're not in control in the circle.
Now stepping in the circle for Randolph, number 99, Aubrey Bass.
The change in the circle for the Wildcat. It's going to be number 99, Aubrey Bass, coming in, the first year out of Dunn, North Carolina.
4th pitcher we've seen today from the Wildcats. Bass. Just 12 appearances this season, 3 starts, 30 innings of work. He's given up 37 hits, 29 earned runs, 22 strikeouts, 23 walks.
This is one of those situations where a new pitcher enters with their back up against the wall, runners on 1st and 2nd, no outs, and a dangerous part of the lineup for Lynchburg coming in. How can you fight out of it? First pitch, outside, called a ball.
And this is a tough spot to be in with the way that Lynchburg has started off this frame. You come in with your back against the wall. Granted, nobody's over on 3rd.
Bunt laid down. Runner's going to be out at 1st. What a successful sacrifice bunt. Advances runners to 2nd and 3rd with Madison Barnes coming up to bat for the Hornets.
Stepping up to the plate.
Tally up to you mentioned it. You don't normally see her bunt a lot. She's known a lot for how good she can piece the ball up. But that time, really great job advancing runners into scoring position. Runners on second and third. The pitch to Barnes. Popped straight back. No play on the ball. Puts Dunn ahead in the count 0-1. Barnes, 2 plate appearances. 1 hit so far in the day. Sorry, the game rather. She'll take ball number 1 down in the dirt.
And Barnes had that base knock back in the second inning here in game 2. Also had a strong outing in the first game. Went 1 for 2 with an RBI single, also walked.
She'll send this one deep left field. This one's going to go back, Joe. That one's going to be gone. How about that? Oh, Madison Barnes with a rip into deep left field. And she'll blow this one open to give the Hornets a 6-0 lead.
That rocket just left the moon, Kevin. A big-time knock. And the Hornets teetering right around run rule territory once again here in the bottom of the 5th now.
How about that? Madison Barnes right on cue. We've talked about what she's done not only today in the doubleheader but all season. Just extended the Hornet lead to 6 with a 3-run shot over that Hornet logo in left field. Meanwhile, at the plate for the Hornets, Hackett steps in. Takes ball number 1 on the inside. She'll see number 2. She'll pop it up, and she'll hit that one over to route 221. A 1-1 count, 1 out for Hackett. 1 plate appearance so far today. Takes ball number 2, low and inside.
I mean, now you got the game-winning run on the on-deck circle. If you're the Hornets, you'd love to close them both out in 5.
This one popped up, first baseman. Oh, gets well under it, almost in the Wildcat dugout. Great play.
That was excellent.
Mackenzie Kinney over on first base for the Wildcats. On the run, headed straight for your teammates in the dugout. Able to eye that one right into the glove. Now 2 out.
Now pitching
Logan Curtis.
Number 20, Logan Curtis.
Comes into the game.
We got Logan Curtis coming up. She doesn't even have a batting walk-up song. We've got her pitching. Her first at-bat. It might be of her career.
She'll come in, take the first pitch for a ball.
Yeah, this is her first at-bat ever. How about that?
Check swing didn't matter, called strike.
You ever seen that clip? I think it was like the 19th inning in a Braves game back in like 1994. They put in their pitcher who had never done an at-bat before, just trying to get everybody to go home. It was like 4 o'clock in the morning. And this guy sends one yard, second deck. That's what we might be seeing here from Curtis.
That's the best part about it. She's ahead 3-1 in the count now.
And if she gets on, you can't give her a pinch runner. Like, you just got to let her go.
And you talk about pitchers hitting home runs. Just the other day against the Ferrum Panthers over on Fox Field, Connor Moore took 1 yard. It was a 3-run shot.
How about that? She gets on base.
Curtis gets on base in her first collegiate at-bat.
Well, plate appearance.
Sorry, first plate appearance. She'll get some love from the first base coach down there. So now Zoe Elliott's going to come up. Elliott has a chance to, if she can follow Barnes up, walk this thing off. Watch her strike one go by her. And now you're going to see Lexi Hawkins take a trip up to the circle to have a conversation with Bass, who came in to relieve this inning.
It feels odd seeing Curtis rock that helmet. So used to just seeing the mask.
Elliott down 0-1. Second pitch swings over to third. Pulls the first baseman off the bag on the landing. She actually dropped the ball. Elliott's going to be safe at first. Curtis at second.
Stepping up to the plate for the Hornets.
So an E3. And now changing the batting order. Georgia Thompson will take the spot of Leetzen here at the bottom of the order.
So for Lynchburg, definitely not the ordinary batting order we're used to seeing.
No, sir.
How about that? Curtis over doing a little emote on second.
Emote? I must have missed it. What was she doing?
Just a little thumbs up to the bench. Maybe a little dance.
You got any emotes?
Oh, yeah. I've been studying the new Sabrina Carpenter that just got added to the item shop. As Thompson almost does get hit by the first pitch of the at-bat. So all of a sudden, a hit by pitch. Walks, bases loaded. Here in the bottom of the fifth for the Hornets, and that's going to bring Lexi Powell up, who has been on fire today.
Slower game here in game two. She's 0 for 3 in the second game. She's lined out to the third baseman twice. Flew out to the right fielder back in the first.
3 for 3 in game number one. She's definitely been finding her pitches as she takes one. Called strike.
This is now the fourth pitcher she's seen today. So, I mean, you're not getting any real consistency.
A chance to walk this one off, if you will. In the bottom of the fifth, she swings at one. That one had quite a bit of juice on it. A little bit behind. Now down 0-2 in the count with 2 outs. And if you're Bass, you just want to try to extend this game. Get out of this inning. See if your offense can't do something for you. Powell gonna pop this one up. Second baseman gets under it, makes the grab. That'll do it for the 5th inning. But how about Madison Barnes? A 3-run shot over the left field wall. Gives the Hornets a 6-0 lead after 5. Randolph gonna try to answer that with a new pitcher in the circle for the Hornets. We'll update you on that right after this. Welcome back to Moon Field. Action of today's doubleheader. The Hill City rivalry going on between the crosstown Randolph Wildcats and the Lynchburg Hornets. We talked about it just before the break. Now we're going to see Kate Charlton in the circle for the Hornets. We saw quite a bit of her sister in game number 1. Went 5 innings, or 4 1/3 rather. So now Kate's going to come in. First pitch, low and outside. Got away from the catcher. Ball number 1.
Desiree Scott batting in this spot throughout the contest. Kenny will take her place here, batting 7th in the order. Wildcats will go 7, 8, 9 with Addie Brown on deck and Gonzalez in the hole. 1-1. Just got a piece of it back into the dirt for this second strike of the count. We talked a little bit about Kate earlier on, though we didn't see her in that first game. We did mention the progress that she's made through her time this season. Only 14 innings worth of work, but they've been a solid 14 frames. An ERA of 195, a record of 1-1 in her 5 appearances and 3 starts. Grounder over to Hackett on 2 hops. Shot over to first. It's a 5-3 ground out to kick off the 6th inning. That brings us to Addie Brown, the first year out of Clarkton, North Carolina. Charlton's first pitch is true. Brown, another one of the freshmen that was a dual sport athlete back in high school. Shallow pop-up. Georgia Thompson was checked into the game for Layla Leetson. Retreats and hauls in the second out of the inning. Brown, product out of St. Mary's High School, was a 3-time All-State performer, 4-time All-Conference selection for softball. Also played basketball, a hooper in high school.
That's an impressive resume.
You don't know anything about hooping.
Well, let's not go
that
that
takes
far.
us to Gonzalez, pinch hitting in the contest. Wills, the right-hander out of Faber, Virginia. First offering skips in the dirt for a ball.
Hey, make something happen right here, 7. Here we go.
1-0. Count moves to 2-0. And an update for you right down the road. Lynchburg baseball clinched a 15-3 win over the Hampton-Sydney Tigers moments ago for their Code Red victory. Only one more Code Red remaining this year.
That's sad. That's one of the best parts about being a student here at Lynchburg.
Feels like just yesterday we had the women's volleyball against Randolph-Macon to begin the year. That was probably the atmosphere of 2024-25. I mean,
that place was bumping.
Bumping, yeah. 3-1. Down low, a 5-pitch walk.
Charlton able to retire the first 2 batters relatively easy. That time, though, offering a 5-pitch walk.
Randolph, number 10.
I've seen her 5 times this year. We talk about it a lot. She's the younger sister of Emily, the transfer coming in. Seems like every time we've seen her in an appearance, it's been here at Moon Field.
Yeah, she really does have a pretty repertoire with a lot in her bag. I will say, you know, obviously a talented product coming out of Greensboro. There's a reason that She was the USA South Rookie Pitcher of the Year. However, if there's one thing that you want to critique about the young and developing arm is doesn't necessarily pound the zone at the rate that you'd love her to, and that shows a little bit in the walk column. That was her 6th walk of the season, where she's only claimed 2 strikeouts. But that's something that will come with time. And I talked to her after her last performance here on Moonfield against Guilford, where she threw for 4 innings, gave up 4 hits and 1 run, no walks, no strikeouts. And as the 2-1 is fanned by for Deuces Wild, she said, you know, I felt really good about my performance, and I'm really starting to get more comfortable and confident in this circle. But I had to hold my breath a couple times because all those hits were going for doubles. They were long doubles with that.
Well, and for her, you know, a lot of times whenever you have a sibling that played, you know, at a school, you kind of get that comparison within the family and things like that. But it's so easy for us to do because her sister is still actively on the roster, and she's one of the best Hornets, you know, to ever do it in the circle for the Hornets.
Yeah, especially when she's, you know, a top 5 pitcher in terms of ERA in the conference. But Emily's sporting a 1.95. It really hasn't been runs that have been the issue for her as she walks her 7th batter of the season. And she is someone who could very well have the baton handed to her, not really 2 years from now when she's a senior, but next season when you lose the older sister and you've got a Dorsis who will most likely graduate as well in her senior campaign. I don't think that COVID's hanging out around another year. Beautiful first pitch on the opening offering.
Something that I find so interesting about Kate Charlton, and it's really not just her specifically, it's all of these Lynchburg pitchers. Whenever you put them into the game, especially when they're in the bind or they kind of get in this spot here, they're able to fight back so well, and you mentioned that with the ERA. Mm-hmm. She's walked a couple of batters, you know, here, or she's walked 1 here today, and that's kind of one of the negative knocks on her. But when her back's up against the wall, much like the rest, like her older sister, and much like Dorset, they're able to fight back and respond so well to that adversity.
And I think the biggest thing that ties into is coaching and culture, where you have a solid mindset and confidence regardless of who's on the bags, what the count is. You're just throwing your best stuff. And we've seen that not only just with Dawn and company coming out. Charlton bobbled, throw, not in time. Well, now you get a chance to see how you can do it with your back against the wall. Retired the first 2, back-to-back walks, and then an E1. And this is what I was talking about. It isn't a coach out there in the circle, a player-led meeting, talking about the situation at hand with Austin Moran coming up to bat, or Edie Jennings rather, as we have a pinch hitter right on cue.
And this was something that we actually saw from Moran, who started in the circle for the Wildcats. She got in this spot as well, an opportunity to retire, you know, her side of the inning. Instead, an E1 had bases loaded with 2 outs. Same situation here with Charlton.
And this is exactly when you need to pound the zone. This is what it boils down to. You can't give up a walk in this spot. You're going against a batter in Jennings hitting 188 this season. You don't need to be afraid of her by any means. And she's only tallied 3 base hits this season. Another freshman on this young Wildcat squad. 1-1. Hit by pitch. Wow.
That was definitely interesting from our vantage point right here behind home plate. Looked like a check swing that the ump said got her on the left forearm. That's going to walk a run in for the Wildcats. And you're still in the same predicament if you're Charlton. Bases loaded with 2 outs.
This time, Dawn's going to go out there and have a quick word. Also, we're going to get a pinch runner over on first. Sammy Carroll trots on over to first.
And obviously, I don't think we're going to see a pitching change here, with Charlton just now kind of finding her groove a little bit. Got to get back into it here, but wouldn't that be interesting to see Logan Curtis come in at some point? Taking her first plate appearance and then having to come in to close this one out for the Hornets, which I don't think we're going to get there. I think Charlton's going to lock back in here. What a story that would be.
Now batting number 13, Lexi Hawkins.
Lexi Hawkins up at the dish in the cleanup spot. Kate's first one is true. 0-1 count. Hawkins takes her time, re-enters from the right side. Bases loaded, 2 down. The left-hander deals off speed, can't find the zone.
Called that one up in the zone, but man, that was a beautiful pitch. You saw the movement that it had on it, breaking down, nearly caught a piece. Says no.
1-1, shot foul.
For Randolph, again, this almost feels like a similar position you've been in 2 or 3 times today. You know, you get to this point in the inning, you've got 2 outs, but they've had runners in scoring position multiple times. And a lot of times it's been multiple runners in scoring position.
And another hit by pitch. Brings the second run of the bottom of the inning across. An inning that started so well has begun to unravel.
Now batting for Randolph, number 9, Lacey Luckadoo.
Third consecutive batter with the bases loaded. For the 3rd straight time, the first pitch is right down Main Street. Chopper over to third, Hackett to first. And Lynchburg gets out of the inning after 2 come across. Hornets up by 4, headed to the bottom of the 6th. Bottom 6th, Hornets up by 4. New arm in the circle for the Wildcats. Sipes steps in to take on Carly Hudnall as Lynchburg goes 2-3-4 in their order. First one down low, taken for a ball. Delaney Sipes comes into this game with just 2 appearances, has thrown .2 innings this year with an ERA of 42.
Wow.
Popped up and falls through for a base hit. Granted, you know, she's only given up 5 hits, 4 runs this year, but just in such a small amount of time that ERA is certainly going to be inflated. She's only gone against 7 batters coming into this game. Granted, she's held them to a batting average of .714.
I think the downside to that is she's coming in against a pretty powerful side of Lynchburg's rotation. Watts 2 for 2 on the day. You got Taliumpta coming in and Barnes to follow that.
Watts has reached first on all 3 plate appearances in game 2. A trickler down the first base line, beat the tag. What a play, Sarah Watts. A 5-tool player. First baseman Scott had a chance at it, couldn't apply. And a quick meeting between the umpires, and Blue confirms the call.
It's got to be nerve-wracking for a pitcher, right? Especially you come in this point in the game, you're trying to pitch a shutout, keep the momentum on your side, but you got to face this part of the rotation.
Nobody out, runners on first and second. First offering down low in the dirt. Tally up to a 0 for 2 in game 2. A ground out, a fly out, also a sac bunt in the mix. 1-0. Runners take off, moving station is station. Ball comes loose. Hudnall racing for the dish. Thrown out at home.
That's a couple of times today we've seen just a slight misjudgment from the runner on third to go home.
Yeah, you got lucky with third, dropping the ball. The throw beat her there, but it was jarred free, and you just try and claim an extra one. Lynchburg just looking to add a little bit of insurance for the top of the 7th.
I think I'd have been a little scared there. Maybe some PTSD from game 1 when we saw the triple play that started almost the exact same way when it was headed to third.
Lynchburg dugout still making some noise. They've got a handful of chants. Currently ain't no party like a Berg ball party. You know why?
Why's that?
Because a Berg ball party don't stop. Tally up to a right up the gut. Play at the plate. Watts is in cleanly. Three consecutive singles from Lynchburg.
Stepping up to the plate for the Hornets.
And another run added on in the home half of the frame.
I like the shout out to the chants, man. There's actually been a couple of times I've used a couple of them on the show. From my stint as cameraman right down there by the dugout, you hear those quite often. Kind of get burned into your memory.
First pitch from Sipes. Runs wide.
I don't think that's the worst thing, right, considering what Madison Barnes did in her last plate appearance.
Think she's got another one in her?
Absolutely.
Beautiful breaking ball, a curve that finds the heart of the zone. Count rolls to 1-1 with one down and a runner on first. The left-hander deals. Down low, ball 2. Two one on the way. Runner takes off for second. Slides in safely.
I think that was the pitch to do it on too, Joe. That one was dead center of the zone. I don't think you're going to see a better pitch in the at-bat. She held back on that one. Counts now 2-2.
Popped up out to center field. Shoop underneath for out number 2. Holds up the runner at second. And we'll get another pinch hitter. In place of Kaylee Hackett, Alex Love.
Now batting for Lynchburg, number 2, Alex Love.
First pitch, true. Right down Main Street. 0-1 count. 10 Hornet hits in game 2. 7 runs on the board. Leading by 5. 0-1 for Love, sent foul. Love has primarily been used as a pinch runner this season. This is just her 7th at-bat. 1 hit so far. Make it 2. Tally up to her on the way home. Love now thought about second. Held up at first. Good piece of hitting from the freshman.
Batting for the Hornets, number 20, Logan Curtis.
And Logan Curtis back up at the plate. Love taking off for second. Catch can't be made. Now she's headed for third. Ball got jarred free again. She looks a little shaken up. But all good. A game-winning run in the batter's box. None other than super slugger Logan Curtis. 1-0. Walked in her last plate appearance. Up high. Yeah, right. 2-0. A grounder fielded by the shortstop Gonzalez. Zipped over to first for the final out of the 6th inning. Lynchburg up by half a dozen. Randolph with 3 outs to cut into the deficit. Top of the 7th inning. Kate back in the circle for Lynchburg. Randolph got to put something together here. Batting 5, 6, 7 in their order. Two-0. Laced right up the gut. A leadoff single. That'll take us to Kenny. 5-3 ground out last time at the dish. They also have a pinch runner come on for the Wildcats over on first base. It'll be Williams, a junior out of Appomattox, Virginia. A whole lot of substitutions in this second game. My scorebook is almost entirely filled up. Here's Mackenzie Kenny, the first year out of Greensburg, Pennsylvania. You know, we talk a lot about first years. They've got 11 on this year's squad.
They're definitely one of the younger squads in the conference, probably the youngest.
Grounded right up the gut, splitting the third baseman and shortstop. Back-to-back base knocks. With runners on first and second. I mean, 11 freshmen, 5 seniors, 2 juniors, and 6 sophomores.
Number 21, Addie Bowen.
Also 1 graduate student in the mix there as well. But, I mean, this team is very, very young. And whenever you have a squad like that, it does give you a lot of hope moving forward, and it explains a lot of the beginning of the year hiccups with his squad that started the season 1-15. They've won 4 of their last 10. Down low for a ball. Count goes to 2-1. Force outs all over the infield. Right back up the gut. 4, 6. No throw made to first. It'll actually go down as a 1-4-6 after it ricocheted off the circle.
Now batting, number 7, Caitlin Wills.
Caitlin Mills at the bottom of the order. Mills, another one of those first years. Hitting 174 on the season. Down the third base line to tie up the count at 1-1.
And for Randolph, with runners on the corners, again, just to touch on the point, they've had this opportunity multiple times today. Runners on the corners, 1 out. We actually saw them try to take home on a wild pitch earlier. That didn't work out for them. But at any point in time, if they could have just swung the momentum to their side in one of these half innings, we could be talking about an entirely different game. And the opportunity's still there.
Just 2 outs to go for Lynchburg. Claimed game 1 today, 9-1. Sent foul into the back netting.
Hey, no, you can't right here, 7. Here we go.
2-2. Sent foul. Kaylee Hackett. That's her bread and butter. How many times she done that today, Kev?
Quite a few. That one was a little more stress-free on her. She didn't have to make the dive and grab that we've seen her make a couple of times this afternoon. But Charlton in the circle, that was a great pitch. A lot of times when you see that movement, it's going 12-6. That one actually went a little left to right. Well inside on the batter's hands, able to get the pop-up. Now you're 1 out away.
Batting now for Randolph, number 20, Riley Humble.
Humble's in the box now, Joe. This is the third pitcher we've seen step into the box for Randolph.
First offering outside, taken for a ball. 1-0 over the head of Hackett at third. An RBI single with 2 outs on the board. Makes it an 8-3 ball game. This is going to be the 7th pinch hitter for Randolph in game 2. Also a pinch runner, but it's Amanda Lawhorn, right down the road out of Rutsburg. Went to the same high school as Carly Hudnall as well.
Now batting for the Wildcats.
I mean, there's some conversation going on between those two right now. It's got to be a little bit of John, right?
Oh, absolutely. And once this game's over, probably a little bit of bragging rights.
Lawhorn started her collegiate career playing at Averett. Faces an 0-1 count, 2 down. Runners on first and second. Timeout called by Lawhorn. Pitches away. Strike 2. What do you go with here?
Straight heat.
Charlton. Outside.
I say straight heat like it's easy, but for Charlton, probably good outside setup pitch.
The 1-2. In the dirt, runner takes off for third. Safe. Wildcats go station to station, both in scoring position. Deuce is wild. Top of the 7th. Lynchburg looking for a win. The left-hander kicks and fires right up the gut. Randolph cuts into the deficit with 2 more runs.
Really good piece of hitting there to score 2, and that's the type of opportunity that we've seen them kind of fumble throughout the evening.
And Lynchburg's going to go back to Dorsis to slam the door shut.
I'm sure this is more common than I might think, but I always think it's impressive when you see a pitcher making her 3rd appearance of the day. 2 here this afternoon in this game. Then she also closed out game number 1.
Stepping into the circle to pitch for Lynchburg, number 5, Kaylee Dorsey.
It's like a Joe Brennan performance.
Exactly. I mean, what's really impressed you today coming from Lynchburg and Randolph?
Lynchburg just being able to do it by committee. Their pitchers have stepped in, and they've been steady. You know, a couple of times pitchers have come in with their back against the wall and been able to handle that adversity. And Randolph, they've done a really nice job at being aggressive. At the plate, we saw them come out with a little bit different approach, not trying to power swing as much, but they were effective with it. They were able to find those little loopers. They was able to find the ground balls that found the gaps. They just haven't been able to capitalize on the opportunities. They have 10 hits to Lynchburg's 11 here in this game, yet they trail by 3 runs. I think that can be credit to some of Lynchburg's pitching as well.
Well said. Well said, Kevin. Dorsis, a strike on the first pitch. 0-1 on the way. Outside. One count, 2 down, runner on first. The tying run in the on-deck circle. Called strike 2. Dorsis got him swinging, closing out the way she started with a capital K. Kaylee Dorsis finishes with 5 strikeouts, gets her 8th win of the season. A great performance all in all. Lynchburg claims the first one in a 9-1, 5-inning run rule victory. A closer contest here through 6.5. Lynchburg walks away with a victory, 8-5. The Hornets now advance to 16-10 on the season. Randolph drops to 5-23. But most importantly, Lynchburg now improves to 7-5 in conference play.
Yeah, and we talked about that at the top of the day, right? That was something that both squads were kind of dealing with, was just being right in the middle of that conference schedule and how tough the ODAC is. And for them, you know, going forward the rest of the season, these type of wins, they don't come easy. Whenever you earn them like this, it can give you a lot of confidence and a lot of momentum to close out that ODAC slate. Lynchburg's
longest road stand of the season on deck. They go to Sweetbriar this weekend, then immediately followed up by a doubleheader in Amherst against the Bridgewater Eagles. A midweek matchup then against Roanoke before coming home for their penultimate home doubleheader against the CNU Captains. We appreciate you spending your Wednesday evening with us here on LHSN. Until next time, from Joe Brennan, Kevin Esther, and our whole crew, have a good one.